We are on the record for the hearings of the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for September 26th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31237 continued. Case number 31238 continued. Case number 31049 continued. Case number 30714 continued. Case number 31154 continued. The administrative docket starts on page 4 with case number 31239 and goes through case number 31245. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 31228, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Buford Bakken Pool and/or Bria Creek Bakken Pool, Williams and McKenzie Counties, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, and 25, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, and 2. Terminate an existing 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Dender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, and I'm appearing in case 31228 on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses this morning, Mr. Bush Tama, Land, Ms. Catherine Henry, Geology, and Ms. Kristen Elvig, Engineering. And we'll be starting with Mr. Toma.
Is it Toma or Tama?
I believe it's
Toma.
Go ahead again, Bush.
It's Bush Toma.
Mr. Tama, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that testimony about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, would you state your full name for the record, please?
It's Bush Toma.
And Bush, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy.
In what capacity?
A senior landman.
And Bush, in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Bush, let's turn to the packet of exhibits. Let's skip the cover page, and let's go to Exhibit L1. What I'd like you to do, Bush, is first identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
It's the regional locator map of the proposed 1920-acre spacing unit, sections 13, 24, and 25, Township 152 North, Range 104 West.
Okay, and then let's go to the next exhibit, L2. Can you tell me what Exhibit L2 is?
These are the existing 1280 spacing units that this 1920 is going to overlap, and the 2 spacing units are sections 13 and 14, and 24 and 25, both in 152, 104.
And you also have Grayson Mill's working interest in those 2 1280s on this exhibit, is that correct?
That's correct. Sections 13 and 14, Grayson Mill is 59.98%, and then 24 and 25, I've got 72.26%.
Let's then go to Exhibit L3. Can you tell us what L3 is?
L3 shows the ownership of the proposed 1920-acre spacing unit of 13, 24, 25, and Grayson Mill has a 68.17% working interest.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, Bush, but you show a a 1280 comprised of 12 and 14, and then, of course, in your previous exhibit, you discussed a 1280 of 13 and 14 that you're going to split. Can you tell me how Section 14 is going to be developed, given the fact that it's going to be split, or not split, but that there's going to be an overlapping 1920?
Sure, yeah. That's currently spaced as a 1920, which is sections 211 and 14. And we're just going to leave that as is and develop that as a 1920.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from staff?
Bush, Grayson Mills requesting to terminate the stand-up 1920 of 1, 12, and 13, and basically shift it down one section to 13, 24, and 25. Do you know why the change in spacing is being proposed?
Yeah, it's really to develop section 25, and so 24 and 25 are spaced as a 1280, and due to the river, there just really weren't any viable options to develop it like that. So shifting the 1920 down, we're now able to capture 25, develop it, and then we've also applied to increase the density of the existing 1280 of 1 and 12, and so we're just going to, plan on developing those as 2-milers.
Is that increased density application on today's docket?
It is.
Okay, I'll just make a note of what case it is. Thank you.
Bush, do you happen to know what case the increased 1280, or excuse me, increased density for the 1280 is on the docket? If you don't, that's
31242.
31242, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Bush.
Thank you.
Ms. Henry,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Catherine, state your full name for the record, please.
Catherine Henry,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes,
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes.
We'd offer for the testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Catherine, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as G1. Can you identify G1 and briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Yes, G1 is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've outlined the proposed spacing unit in red, and I've also highlighted the type log well, the Sorensen 1-36.
Okay, let's go to the type log well, or excuse me, the type well exhibit. Having my problems this morning.
This is the Sorensen 1-36. It's showing a Middle Bakken thickness of 26 feet thick, and the wells in question are targeting the Middle Bakken.
And is it only the Middle Bakken that is a target for your proposed 1920?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Ms. Elvig,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kristen, please state your full name for the record.
Kristen Elvig,
And Kristen, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
All right, Kristen, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1. Can you tell us what E1 is, and then briefly discuss what's contained on E1?
Yes, so this is a directional well plot in map view of the 5 wells we plan on drilling in the proposed 1920 spacing unit. All 5 will be in the Middle Bakken.
And then Exhibit E2.
E2 is a wellbore schematic of the 3-string design we have for the wells we plan on drilling. The PD will be roughly around 27,500 MD, and we plan on a 70-stage plug-and-perf completion.
And Exhibit E3.
E3 shows our reservoir characteristics in the proposed spacing unit. In the Middle Bakken, the TVD is going to be around 10,340 feet, bottom hole pressure at 0.67 psi per feet, oil gravity 40 degrees API, the net pay is about 26 feet, porosity 8%, and water saturation 22%.
Exhibit E4.
E4 shows the estimated rate and DCA parameters of each of the Middle Bakken wells. The initial rate should be 1,800 barrels of oil per day. The GOR expected is 3,363 SCF per barrel. EUR for oil is 637 MBO, and the EUR combined of oil and gas will be 994 MBOE. At $70 per barrel of oil and $2.50 gas and 11 million capex, our NPV 10 is 9 million, and our internal rate of return is 82%.
And then Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes.
And Kristen, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. I would offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kristen, this is David Tabor. In section 13, there's an existing lateral that you depict on your exhibit E1 that would be crossing. Is that lateral proposed to be continue to produce, or will that be plug and abandon?
We plan on continuing to produce it. We typically don't P&A any of the wellbores we cross. That's a Middle Bakken well that was drilled in 2013 and still producing today.
Will there be
We will shut it in for operation.
will there be any completion setbacks for that lateral, or complete the proposed wellbores in a standard procedure?
We have historically been completing without setting back for the existing parent wells that we have been crossing.
And and I might have missed this, but is the proposed pad for these wells, is that a shared location, or is that going to be a new build?
That looks like a new build.
Thank you.
Kristen, are these wells going to be batch drilled?
Yes.
What's your anticipated spud date?
The anticipated spud date is December 2025.
Thank you.
Kristen, on your exhibit E4, your gas oil ratio, is that like a lifetime average for the well, and what's your initial gas oil ratio anticipated to be?
Yes, that is the EUR-GOR. Sorry, yes, that's the EUR-GOR, so it's the 637 and the EUR gas 2142, but initially we expect our GOR to be closer to a 1 MSCF per barrel.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31228. Case number 31229. Application of EOG Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Fillins Butte Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 960-acre spacing unit comprised of the southwest quarter of Section 5, the west half of Sections 8 and 17, and the northwest quarter of Section 20, Township 149 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of a total not to exceed 3 wells on said proposed overlapping 960-acre spacing unit, and such other relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31229 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. EOG intends to call 2 witnesses. Mr. Peter Garby will be offering some land testimony, and Mr. John Schmidt. Pardon me?
Sorry, Lawrence. We're just grabbing one more person.
I'm describing the wrong person.
No. Pete was he just walked into the room, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, can you just put your phone on mute until we get through the introductions here? So as I indicated, we'll be calling Mr. Peter Garby as a land witness, and then Mr. John Schmidt will be offering some geologic and engineering testimony. And from what I just heard, Mr. Garby is now in the room.
Mr. Garby,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Peter, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Peter Joseph Garby,
And Peter, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
EOG Resources, Inc., and I'm a senior landman.
And Peter, in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission on previous occasions?
Yes, I have.
And your qualifications were accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
To offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Peter, I've distributed to the commission staff a packet of exhibits for case 31229. Let's start with exhibit L1. Can you identify exhibit L1 and very briefly discuss what's contained upon that exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit L1 just shows an outline of the Phelan's Butte Bakken Pool located in Mackenzie County, North Dakota.
And then L2?
L2 zooms into our proposed DSU. The purple outline encompasses the west half of sections 8 and 17, as well as the southwest of section 5 and the northwest of section 20, 149.94.
And you have that outlined in purple on exhibit L2, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's go to the next exhibit, L3.
L3, yes, L3 zooms in a little bit further. The DSU is again outlined in purple, and the working interest, EOG working interest, is notated at 75%.
Okay, and then L4.
And L4 is basically the same as the last exhibit, except this now shows all of the pre-existing spacing and CA's underlying spacing.
No further questions for this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Peter,
Yes,
so section 5 is a 640,
correct,
section 8 is a 640,
correct,
and section 17 is a 640,
yes,
and section 20 is 2 laydown 320s,
that's correct.
and then are the east half of 17 and 20 a 640?
Yes,
And are the east half and west half, is the east half of 817 and 20 a 960?
You have to. Is there a line well there? I think maybe it's that be.
Yeah, I didn't research this beforehand, but are the,
Yeah, it's a 640 and a 320, and then I believe there might be a line well on the east, the very east edge there as well. That might just be for 17 and 20.
yeah, I'm not sure looking at my maps whether that's a lease line space unit or not. It
Might be that it's the east end for 8 and 17. I'm having a hard time seeing the line well also on this exhibit.
Well, I'll try to research this quick to see if, because it appears that east half of 81720 and the west half of 872 might be stand-up 960s, but I'm not sure.
Now that I'm looking at it again.
This is John Schmidt. I know I haven't been sworn in, but from a previous case that we had done, that this was split up into two 960s, an east and west.
Of 817 and 20?
Correct.
So it looks like none of the 960 wells have been drilled?
That's correct.
Oh. Isn't the Palo Pinto well has been drilled on that 960 spacing.
On the east half? I'm not seeing it, but.
Peter, I think that was addressed to you. Do you know?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Was alluded to that there may have been one 960 well drilled, and I'm wondering where that well is at.
Hard to tell on the exhibit here. Towards the eastern edge of 17. You can vaguely see it on the exhibit here.
Which exhibit?
Exhibit L4. That's listed as a WPX Energy well.
Do you see it, Mark? If you look at exhibit L4, you can see at the far eastern edge.
Yeah, I see it, but that looks like a lease line well.
Yeah.
Well, we can proceed and try to decipher this on the fly here.
Got it pulled up there now.
Mr. Schmidt,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
John, state your name for the record, please.
John Schmidt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
UG Resources,
In what capacity?
as a senior geological engineer and operations planner.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications as a geologist and an engineer accepted, is that correct?
That is correct.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, John, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been labeled G1. Tell us what that is.
G1 is the structure map on the top of the Middle Bakken over the area of review, showing the DSU that we're proposing in green, and the Berg 1 well is highlighted in red. The Middle Bakken in this area has a slight dip to the southwest. It's kind of the bottom of the basin in this area, and so it doesn't have the typical southwest dip that we see in other areas east of here. But for the most part, the Middle Bakken, top of the Middle Bakken, is present at approximately 8,600 feet subsea under our proposed unit.
Okay, then let's go to the next exhibit, G2.
E2 then just shows that Berg 1 type well, and showing that the Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken Shale, and the Three Forks are all present down to the Nisku in this area.
Okay, and the wells for this proposed spacing unit, Middle Bakken, Three Forks, or both?
Both.
Okay, let's go
Two
on to,
Middle Bakken and one Three Forks.
okay, which you're going to discuss on the next exhibit. Let's go to exhibit E.
There we go. Okay. For this, we have the proposed 960. We're proposing 2 Bakken wells, 1 Three Forks well, for a total of 3 wells. E2 then shows our proposed
Can you
alignment.
Just a sec, John,
oh, sorry.
just a second. You show this as a proposed 960 DSU, but then you have 2560
Oh,
DSU. That's a typo, is that correct?
That's a typo. I apologize.
That should be 960, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go to E2, and as you've done with the previous exhibit, identify and briefly discuss.
Okay. Again, we have the layout of the proposed spacing unit in the southwest of 5, west half of 8, west half of 17, and northwest of 20. We have a location that we were able to get right away for there essentially in the southwest of the northwest of Section 20, and that was due to some challenging topography in the south half of Section 20 and some Dakota Skipper surveys and other surface things that were keeping us from getting a location further south. So that's why we ended up with the location where we were. That's where we were able to get SUA and get the right-of-ways for. So that's where our surface location is. And then we're drilling, proposing to drill 2 Bakken, 1 Three Forks, Bakken on the outside, if you will, and Three Forks in the center. And just like in previous cases in this area, we've drilled, we've now been able to drill over existing wells, so we're comfortable with the anti-collision aspects going forward. And I think that's pretty much it for this exhibit.
Okay, then let's go to exhibit E3. Tell us what that is.
E3 then shows a cross-section, which was in yellow in the previous exhibit, showing how we propose to align these wells with the 2 Middle Bakkens on the outside, the Three Forks on the inside, and then spacing on the Middle Bakken to Middle Bakken is about 1,500, 1,600 feet, and Middle Bakken to Three Forks would be about 700 feet.
And E4.
E4's typical wellbore diagram, showing that we're going to do a plug-and-perf cemented liner. With that cemented liner, we'll probably have 65 to 75 plug-and-perf stages over these 15,000-foot laterals.
And E5.
E5 then just says reservoir properties. For the 960, we have approximately 24 million barrels of oil in place. GORs in this area, initial GORs are in the thousands, but we can start to see them climb into the low 10,000 after a couple years of production.
And E6.
E6 is in our economics at $55 oil, $10 NGLs, and $1.5 MCF. EURs on the Bakkens are about 911,000 barrels. Three Forks are 863. The Three Forks well is 863. Go through the economics on those. Each of those take an oil in place. Each well oil in place is about 3.6, 3.7, and we end up with a net investment down towards the bottom of 12 million, 12.6 for the Bakken wells, 12.1 for the Three Forks wells. We go a little bit lighter on the completions of Three Forks wells. Return on investment of 2.48 and 2.4, and undiscounted cash flows of 18 and 17 million respectively.
And then Exhibit GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Correct, and we're taking the gas to Targa, and that will go to their Little Missouri River processing plant.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe it will.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, looking at your exhibit E2, and I believe you alluded to this a little bit when you were discussing the pad and the surface use agreement, but what's the reasoning for moving or general reasoning for moving the 960 up the half mile?
In the topography of the southwest quarter, there's a big coulee down there. We've also had, this is where we could get right of way and get a surface use agreement. Obviously, in the coulee, we have topographic challenges. We also have Dakota skipper habitat that is prevalent in the southwest quarter of Section 20, and other various pipelines as well. So with all the surface encumbrances, this location is where our surface team could come up with a viable location that we could get the SUA for, and then hopefully permit it.
So the south half of 20 is that 320, correct?
Correct.
And that is currently operated by WPX?
Correct.
Do you know?
They operate those they operate those two Bakken wells in there.
Okay. They also operate the wells going up the east half of 17 and 20?
They do.
Okay.
And they were able to get a surface location down in the south, right on the border, center of the south of Section 20, with because there's a lot flatter land down there versus the southwest quarter of Section 20. It starts to flatten out. It's kind of the top of the butte over there.
Okay. I don't suppose you've discussed it with WPX, what their plans might be for that southwest quarter of 20, since you're moving your 960 out of it?
I haven't had any discussions with them, no.
I haven't either. Let's see.
Is there any technical hurdles? I'm talking hypothetically right now from your well spot. Would you be able to drill, deviate to the south, land something in the south edge of 20, and then drill north and drill the laterals you're looking to drill?
We had looked at that, but to be able to get usable laterals, so our surface wellheads are approximately 2,200 feet from the north line of Section 20. To be able to get usable lateral in the south half of Section 20, we would have to have back builds over between 15 and 2,500 feet to then be able to get even 500 feet of usable lateral. And for us, that was going to be a technical challenge with the with the back builds and the collision avoidance in the back builds on that south half, and for 500 foot of lateral, we didn't think the risk was worth the technical hurdles that we'd have to get over to get it. So that's why we are proposing the northwest quarter of 20 to be the only part that's included in our DSU.
Okay, thank you.
John, what are your plans for your existing wells?
Our existing wells will continue to produce until they would be deemed uneconomic. We will shut them in during drilling and completion and monitor them during that shut-in and completion period.
Are you going to be batch drilling all 3 of these?
Yes, and they're actually on our schedule. We'd like to start up our rig with them in December. There's 2 pads that we have options. They're part of our December 2024 into first quarter of 2025 drilling program.
For those eastern 2 wells, how close do you plan on getting to the existing wells?
Well, each one will traverse a well in its own zone, so we probably will go above or below, probably below on the Middle Bakken one and below on the Three Forks well, approximately 10 to 15 feet. That's what we've done in the past where we've crossed wells. And then, so we aim for about 15 feet of clearance between the Middle Bakken, or the existing well, and the new well.
And sorry, I should have specified, I was specifically looking at the southwest of Section 5.
Oh, those wells are approximate, so the one, we're approximately 400 feet, I think, at the closest where we TD from each of those wells in the respective formations.
Thank you.
So John, I think I got some of this figured out.
Okay.
I think the east half of 817 and 20 and the west half of 817 and 20 are stand-up 960s. And so I assume the west half, you're not gonna drill that as that spacing unit.
Yes, we would. I believe we would be okay with withdrawing that west half in lieu of the approval of this.
And then, let me look at zone 7. Okay, I think I got it straight in my head now.
Okay. Any other questions for me or Pete on wellbores or DSU?
I don't think so.
Okay.
John, I want to touch base just a little bit further on that southwest quarter of 20. When you were providing your other testimony, you said you could only get about 500 feet of usable wellbore in 20. If you were to drill from that pad to the south, near that quarter section line, and come back north, I mean, it looks like, I mean, there are wells all over the area that do significant backbills. It's not uncommon for us to see quarter to half mile reaching laterals before they turn and drill the lateral that they intend to drill now. What would be limiting you to 500 feet of lateral?
That's what we think with the backfill that we would be able to get, and we want to limit our backfill our backfills on these because these are going to be 3-mile wells already, and a lot of the backfills, the long backfills that you see in the area, are for 2-mile wells or shorter, and so our technical team isn't comfortable with the torque and drag on a backfill greater in the 15 to 2,500 foot range that would only get us 500, because then you're turning and going north with the curve, and you're going to end up with usable lateral of what we calculated was approximately 500 feet. And so for the torque and drag of the backbuild, of any backbuild, and then going forward and going north on a 3-mile well, our technical team wasn't comfortable with that, and we decided to ask for this DSU as to just include the northwest of 20. We think we're being a prudent operator and assessing our risk, and plan that we have is viable at that risk tolerance.
Okay, thank you.
John, I do have another question. I know heard part of your testimony on this west tap, but so why, if you could just elaborate, why doesn't EOG want to develop the current stand-up 960 consisting of the west tap 8, 17, and 20, either from the north end or the south end?
Because we ran into surface challenges. There's a coulee in the southwest border of section 20. It prevents us from getting a surface location down along the south line of section 20. There's also Dakota skipper habitat in the southwest border of section 20 that the buffers around that prevented us from getting a surface location anywhere but where we put it at approximately 2,200 feet from the north line. And because of that, because we didn't want to do extended backbuilds into the southwest of 20, we decided to only include the northwest of 20 in our DSU request. And I honestly, this is on the reservation. Finding a surface location and getting the right of ways and negotiating the right of ways is the biggest impediment to development in getting all the allottees to sign. And this is the one location that we could get allottees signed right away, have gas takeaway. This is the location that worked for us.
Okay. Well, I think it would be beneficial for you to summarize that, and maybe have a map of the Dakota skipper habitat and submit that.
Okay. And the topography.
Yeah, yes, all those challenges. And then, and if I missed it, I'm sorry, so, and why not from the north end of 8, 17, and 20?
Basically, it's because of the gas takeaway that is already present and the various surface owners in Section 5 were not amenable to us having a surface location and getting right-of-way up there.
Okay. Yeah, if you could include that also, it'd be beneficial for us to be able to examine that.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
Lawrence, how long do we need to prepare that?
I think we should be able to get to that by October 7th.
The record will remain open in this case until October 7th. And that concludes our hearing for case number 31229. Case number 31230, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Blooming Prairie Bakken Pool, Bluffton Bakken Pool, and Whiteacre Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish 10 overlapping 1920 acre space units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 2, 11, and 14, sections 3, 10, and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, sections 24, 25, and 36, sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 98 West, sections 20, 29, and 32, sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 2, 11, and 14, Township 161 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 40 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 162 North, Range 98 West, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on said proposed overlapping 40 acre space unit and/or such further relief. I note the applicant has withdrawn from this request the 1920 consisting of 20, 29, 32, 21, 28, and 33, 162.97, and the 3840 consisting of 24, 25, and 36, 162, Township 162 North, Range 98 West, and 19, 30, and 31, Township 162 North, Range 97 West. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31230, on behalf of Formentera Operations, LLC. And we intend to call 3 witnesses, and hopefully they'll be calling in soon. Mr. Examiner, did you mention that we withdrew 3, 10, and 15, and 4, 9, and 16?
No, I have here just withdrawal request was for 20, 29, and 32, and 21, 28, 33, 162.97, and then the 3840.
I think we may have submitted a later letter that withdrew those, but the record will speak for itself on that, and we'll just present what we believe is before the commission today.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me call and see what's going on here.
Sarah, there's only one letter in the case file.
There is two,
Are there two?
page 17.
Hey, Rachel, it's Lawrence.
Hi, we're in the waiting room on the other line.
In the waiting room?
How come those aren't on the
Yes,
docket?
with the dial-in that Lynn has provided.
Hang on here. That doesn't make any sense. Did you dial 701-328-8099?
We had 701-221-8654.
Yeah, I don't know why she would have given you that number. It's 701-328-8099. Unless, hang on here a second, maybe, do you have people in different places?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that was my fault. That was at the bottom of all of these. I'll call in right now.
Okay, so should we go back to 654 or do you want us to do it?
Well, if you got people in different locations, I'm gonna have to call in. So just stay on the phone. I'll be with you in a minute.
Wait, stay on this line?
No, not my line, the line that you called into that, okay, all right.
Welcome to Frederickson and Byron Conference Center. Please enter your passcode, followed by the pound or hash key, and I'll connect you. One moment, please. Enter the billing code. Then at the tone, say your name, and then press the pound or hash key.
Lawrence Bender.
Lawrence Bender.
Hi, Rachel, are you there? Hello?
Lauren, this is Taylor. I'm here. Rachel is on and Jane is on.
Okay. Are you, on a-
Rachel Brigham.
it's kind of hard to hear you. Are you on a speakerphone or?
I am, yes.
Okay, maybe you could just get a little bit closer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better, thank you. So, Mr. Examiner, finally, and a lot of this was my error. I didn't see the call in until the end, and I apologize for that. And I believe I indicated we're gonna have 3 witnesses, Rachel Brigham, Taylor Bartholomew, and Shane Farron.
Okay. Ms. Brigham,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Rachel, state your full name for the record, please.
It's Rachel Brigham,
And Rachel, by whom are you employed?
Formentera Operations,
In what capacity?
a landman here.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I am.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Rachel, let's skip the cover page. Let's skip what you have titled Overview, and let's go directly to Exhibit 1. Can you identify Exhibit 1 and very briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Lawrence-
Yes, thanks for the time.
Rachel, if I could interrupt Lawrence, I think she should go over the overview, because I think it gets us down to what we're actually looking at here in this case, with the ones that have been dismissed from the application.
Yeah, and I think the exhibits are gonna lay that out. We didn't put everything on the exhibits. If, after she goes through it, if there's still some confusion, be happy to handle
Okay.
it then. That makes sense?
Sure.
Okay. Now, I don't know where I was. Rachel, did you have an opportunity to finish your discussion of Exhibit 1?
Oh, no, I can do that now.
Okay.
That's good
Great.
with you all. Thanks for the time this morning. As mentioned, Form Operations is applying for an order amending the field rules to establish 4 19-20 acre units in 16298. And like Lauren said, at the end of my part, I can go over the cases that were dismissed in case there are any additional questions there. But this map really just shows where they're located within Divide County. We have sections 1, 12, and 13, sections 2, 11, and 14, sections 23, 26, and 30, or 23, 26, and 36, and sections 24, 25, and 36. Oh, sorry, 30, 35.
Okay,
So out of it, sorry, go ahead.
let's go to Exhibit 2. I think the sections you just described will be more readily viewable on Exhibit 2.
Absolutely. On Exhibit 2, the map is a bit more zoomed in. As you can see, Formentera operations proposed units are shown in the lime green coloring here in Township 162 North 98. 16298 is comprised of many 1,280-acre units right now. However, we would like to highlight some recently approved 1,920-acre units in the area. First, case 31231, which is indicated with the pink and gray hatching, is a case that you all will hear later this morning, in which Formentera is requesting unit respacing in Fraser Township, southeast of the case that we're on right now, case 31230. Second, Formentera brought forth case 31048 to the Commission back in July, requesting the respacing of sections 4, 9, and 16 in Township 161 North 97 West to be amended to a 1920-acre unit. And lastly, Continental Resources case 29700 and 29699, depicted in orange southeast of Formentera's proposed units, shows established stand-up 1920-acre spacing units that was approved back in 2022. So we just wanted to show that the units that we had brought forth support are uniform and highlight the location of our request compared to other approved 1920-acre units in Divide County.
So the direction operators seem to be heading in this area is converting 1280s to 1920s. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's definitely a fair statement within our organization.
And with respect to what is on the docket, or what's left on this docket, and what has been withdrawn, that is pretty much described by looking at the area that's shaded in green, and it's just the green area that's before the commission today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go on to the next exhibit, Exhibit 3. Can you tell us what Exhibit 3 is?
Yeah, moving on to Exhibit 3, this will be the first unit that we're petitioning to respace, sections 1, 12, and 13 of 16298. We have two visuals here. First visual shows Formentera's current PDP in the unit. It's an operated cell within the 1280 called the Regal 12-1-16298. This Regal was drilled in 2011 and is the lone well in the unit. And Formentera's working interest within this unit is 52%. The second visual shows the unit that we're proposing to the commission, including the projected working interest. Formentera's projected working interest in this 20-acre unit would be about 61%. The proposed 1920-acre unit does overlap a few of Formentera's other wells that you'll see kind of in Section 13. That's the Monitor 2413-1H and the Monitor 2413-3H, both of which were drilled back in 2014.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 4. And as you did with the previous exhibit, identify and then briefly discuss what's contained on this exhibit. And I don't think it's necessary for you to go through the existing wells by well name.
Okay.
The commission, if they want that information, I'm sure they will ask. So we can probably more briefly discuss this exhibit, please.
Sounds good. Moving on to Exhibit 4, similar story here, but with Sections 211 and 14 within 16298. We have the same visual as before. The first visual showing Formentera's current PDP in the unit, and visual showing unit that we're proposing. The proposed 1920 acre unit, we would carry a working interest of about 70%.
Okay, and Exhibit 5?
Exhibit, I could also a bit to section 126 and 35, 16298. The first visual shows Formentera's current PDP, the second showing the unit that we're proposing to the commission, including our projected working interest, which would be around 93%.
And then let's go to the final land exhibit, Exhibit 6.
Absolutely. So lastly, moving on to Exhibit 6, indirectly east of the last unit is sections 25, 36, and 24. The first visual shows Formentera's current PDP in the unit. The second visual shows our proposed 1920 acre unit, where we would tout a working interest of about 66%.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, state your name for the record, please.
Taylor Bartholomew,
And Taylor, by whom are you employed?
Formentera operates,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Taylor, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 7. Can you identify Exhibit 7 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Sure. Exhibit 7 is a geological structure map of the top of the Middle Bakken, which is one of our reservoir targets. For the map, we mapped over 500 wells that penetrated the Bakken and that have log data. The scale is about 1 to 190,000 with a contour interval of 50 feet. Because of the 4 DSUs, 2 north and 2 south, I just two different analog wells. To the north side, the Peterson Archie, it's a vertical well by the yellow dot. And at the south end of these DSUs, it's the teal 13-2, also a vertical well, and that's identified in orange. The teal was used for a previous exhibit in one of our prior hearings. The depth of the well up in the middle Bakken of our reservoir is going to be about 6,000 to 6,550 subsea TBD in our area of interest, and our formation is at an 89-degree dip, so 1 degree to the south.
Okay. You didn't jump ahead of me and start discussing things on Exhibit 8, did you?
No.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 8 then.
So Exhibit 8, as mentioned, there are 2 type logs. I chose 2 type logs just given the amount of acreage and spacing that these DSUs cover. I wanted to make sure that the reservoir was accurately represented on both the north and south end. But for the Peterson Archie, it is in the north. You're looking at a gamma ray, resistivity, porosity log, and our caliper. These wells will be drilled through the Cretaceous Mississippian sections and target the Mississippian Devonian Bakken and Devonian Three Forks formations.
Okay, no further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Taylor, I'm gonna, so looking at both exhibits 7 and 8, they're large exhibits, they're printed on 11 by 17, and I still think that when we scan them into the file, we're gonna lose any ability to read the numbers on the figures, so I'm gonna ask if they can be submitted digitally as PDFs.
Okay. I thought
And
I
we
could
said number
avoid that by making them larger, but I fully understand that they got a little blurry when we blew them up, so.
Right, and so when it goes to a scanner one more time, it'll be difficult to look at, so.
Well, I tried.
Yep, I could tell. In your testimony, Taylor, you indicated 2 type logs, and you presented the one for the Archie on Exhibit 8. Was there supposed to be another one in the packet for the teal?
There are actually more. 9, 10, and 11. Exhibit 9 zooms in 10 and
cutting out.
11.
You're breaking up, Taylor. Are you on the same speakerphone as Rachel, or are you on a different phone?
No, we're in a different spot.
Okay.
If I am able to proceed, there is a zoom in of the Archie well, the reservoir section that talks about the thicknesses. Exhibit 10 is for the teal. This is the whole entire column of the log from the Niobrara through our reservoir, and then exhibit 11 zooms into the teal as well.
Well, Taylor, you probably don't have the most recent version of the exhibits. When we were going through the exhibits yesterday, we removed one of those type logs. So the only type log we're presenting here today is the Peterson Archie.
Yeah, and so in the original one before I was asked to take these out, it goes into the zoom, and there is an exhibit for the teal. The middle Bakken and the Archie is about 68 feet TBD, and the upper Three Forks is 18. And as you move to the south toward the teal, the middle Bakken is about 70 feet TBD, and the upper Three Forks about 2 feet TBD, or 20 feet TBD. So in that case, as we move from the Archie southward down to the teal, each reservoir section increases by a thickness of about 2 to 3 feet.
So essentially, it's just thickening to the south.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Farren,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Shane, state your full name for the record, please.
Shane Farren,
And by whom are you employed?
Formentera Operations,
In what capacity?
as a production engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony this witness as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Shane, let's go to Exhibit 9. Can you tell me what Exhibit 9 is?
Yes, Exhibit 9 shows our proposed full development plan for the 1920 acre spacing unit located Township 162 North, Range 98 West, Sections 1, 12, and 13. The proposed plan consists of alternating Middle Bakken Three Forks horizontal wells with interwell spacing approximately 585 feet, excluding the existing horizontal. Plan would be to drill a total of 4 Middle Bakken and 1 Three Forks well in this proposed spacing unit. Also shown are proposed pad locations, proposed intermediate casing points, and proposed bottom hole locations, along with proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south and 500 feet east-west. To kind of illustrate the diagram there, the blue line represents the proposed Middle Bakken horizontals, and the orange line represent proposed Three Forks. The green line represents the currently producing Middle Bakken or Three Forks wells within the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 shows our proposed full development plan for the 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 162 North, Range 98 West, Sections 2, 11, and 14. Similar to the previous exhibit, the proposed plan would be alternating Middle Bakken and Three Forks horizontal wells, approximately 585 feet, interwell spacing, excluding the existing horizontal. The plan would be a total of 3 Middle Bakken and 1 Three Forks horizontal wells. Also shown are proposed pad locations, proposed intermediate casing point and bottom hole location, along with the same proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south and 500 feet east-west.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11 shows a proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 162 North, Range 98 West, Sections 23, 26, and 35. The proposed plan consists of alternating middle Bakken and Three Forks horizontal wells with approximately 585 interwell spacing, excluding the existing horizontals. The plan would be a total of 3 middle Bakken and 1 Three Forks horizontal well. Also shown on this one is the utilization of an existing pad to drill all proposed wells.
Okay, and Exhibit 12.
Exhibit 12 shows a proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 162 North, Range 98 West, Sections 24, 25, and 36. It followed the same proposed spacing as previous exhibits of alternating middle Bakken and Three Forks with 585 feet interwell spacing. The plan would be a total of 3 middle Bakken, 1 Three Forks horizontal well.
Okay, let's switch gears here a little bit and go to Exhibit 13. As you did with the previous exhibits, identify this exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained on it.
Yes, Exhibit 13 shows our proposed middle Bakken wellbore diagram. The surface casing will be set at approximately 1,800 feet. Pierre shale top in this area is estimated to be around 1,700 feet. From there, intermediate casing will be set at a minimum of 150 feet from north-south section boundaries. The production hole will be TBE'd a minimum of 150 feet from north-south section boundaries. The proposed Three Forks diagram is the same, except for the deeper TBD. That is why we are only showing the middle Bakken in terms of the wellbore diagram.
Okay, Exhibit 14.
Exhibit 14 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for middle Bakken well. We are expecting an initial rate of 742 barrels of oil per day. Economics will run using a flat oil price of $70 a barrel, a gas price fixed at $3.25 an MCF. The drilling cost is estimated at $9 million. The expected oil EUR is 534,000 barrels, and the gas EUR is 1.19 billion cubic feet. Expected rate of return is 40% and payout of 24 months.
Exhibit 15.
So Exhibit 15 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for Three Forks wells. From our area of review, we have not seen any differences in the production profile of the middle Bakken and Three Forks, and that is why these economics and reserves are identical to the middle Bakken case.
And Exhibit 16, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yeah.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits and request that the record remain open until October 7 to provide the additional information. And Mr. Suggs, I assume you don't need a PDF of the gas capture affidavit. That's pretty small print, too.
Wondering why you didn't go portrait instead of landscape.
Okay.
Okay, the record will remain open until October 7th, and the exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Shane,
I'll ask the question first is, are all of the wells proposed to be drilled at the same time? And if not, can you go through from Exhibit 9 on what your proposed spud dates are?
Yes, sir. So, I guess I hear a little echo there. The proposed wells are to be drilled probably initially the one pad at a time. Proposed spud date would be for this particular spacing unit would be May of 2025. Then, following the results of the initial completed well, within 1 to 2 years, a decision would be made whether to go back and drill the remaining proposed wells.
So,
Do you want him to continue through the other one?
yeah, well, yeah, but I think I'll just ask one follow-up on that on Exhibit 9. So you're stating May 2025. Which pad, the east or west pad, will be drilled first?
That would be the east pad.
And then upon completion, you'll evaluate and possibly come back and drill the west pad in a couple years? Did I understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you go to Exhibit 10 and do the same?
So Exhibit 10, so for this one, the initial, it would be kind of follow the similar routes, and we would do an initial pad, then review the results and decide whether to follow up down the road and drill the second pad. The initial pad would be the west pad for this one.
Same May 2025 spud date that you're planning?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 11?
So on Exhibit 11, it would be initially the three west, west proposed laterals there, and then pending the results of those, potentially drilling that East Middle Bakken well there, and it's saying around May and June of next year.
In this particular exhibit, the surface location, if I understood you correctly, that's an existing pad that you'll expand, or is that going to be a new build?
So this one is an existing pad that will be expanded to the necessary dimensions to be able to drill all from the same pad.
Okay. Exhibit 12?
Exhibit 12, now I didn't talk about it previously, but those are existing pads that we would be expanding as well. So the first expansion would be the pad to the east. That spud date would be June or July of 2025, and the same kind of the same plan going forward would be to evaluate those and decide at a later date whether to expand that pad to the west and drill that Middle Bakken well.
Okay, and then on that same exhibit 12, the proposed well on the western part of the spacing unit, 7-inch case in point would be a back build outside of the space, or excuse me, let me back up. That well is proposed to be a back build with 7-inch case and set across the hard lines, correct? You don't indicate your case in point, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, I apologize. That is a mistake there. Yes, sir, it would be at least 150 feet from that southern boundary proposed setback.
I may have some follow-up, but I'll let the others go for now. Thanks.
Shane, regarding the existing wells, on the 1280s, are they all primarily Three Forks wells?
Yes, sir. They are almost all Three Forks. There is one that is a Middle Bakken. It would be the well in that Exhibit 10, the well that goes north in Section 11 and 2. That is the only Middle Bakken well.
Okay, so all the rest of the development's been on the Three Forks.
Yes, sir.
And when you're proposing a Three Forks target, are you proposing the upper bench Three Forks target as depicted on Exhibit 8? That, or what's labeled as B on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Relating to the discussion that you had with David, if you chose not to come back and develop the remainder of these proposed 1920 wells, would you revert those to 1280 wells for the remainder of that development, or what are you thinking?
I would need to probably discuss further with our team because I do not think we have a plan in place for that just condition.
The existing development on the 1280s in the Three Forks, has that been economic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Examiner, unless
I got
Mr. Bohr
something.
has more, but one other item. I know Mr. Bohr suggested perhaps we need to go through what's been withdrawn, but I think it's clear enough that we don't have to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
John, I got a quick question on your completion strategy. I was looking at some of the other wells in the area. They had about 70 stages, and this one is proposing 60 stages. Is there any reason why with another mile of lateral, you're going to do 10 less stages?
So just in terms of 60 versus 70 stages, we have a set or cluster spacing that we kind of are targeting in number of clusters. And so that's primarily what's driving that 60 stages for 70.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31230. Why don't we take a 10-minute break at this point in time?
Okay. You'll want to just put your phones on mute.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record. I'll call case number 31231. Application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fraser Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish 3 overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17, 6, 7, and 18, and sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 161 North, Range 97 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 161 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells in said proposed 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. I will note that the applicant has withdrawn its request for the 1920 consisting of sections 5, 8, and 17, 20, 29, and 32, 161, 97. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, and I'm appearing in this matter, case 31231, on behalf of Formentera Operations, LLC. We'll be calling the same 3 witnesses in this case as we did in the previous case.
And just a reminder, there's stone growth.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, let's skip the cover page, skip the overview, and go to Exhibit 1, and you can identify Exhibit 1 and very briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Absolutely. Exhibit 1 just shows where 2 units that we're applying to be respaced, Section 6, 7, 18, 160, 97, and Sections 21, 28, 33, 161, 97 lie within Divide County. And I will add a bit more context about their location in Exhibit 2.
Okay, and I'm going to have you then turn to Exhibit 2, and I'm just going to have you focus your testimony on the matters that are before the commission today. You don't need to discuss the other colors. It's very helpful for the commission to know where those other spacing units are, but I'll just have you discuss those that are before the commission today, and if there's any questions, the commission will have an opportunity to ask you. So with that in mind, can you identify Exhibit 2 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Absolutely. On Exhibit 2, this map is a bit more focused. You can see Formentera Operations proposed units shown in the lime green hatching in 16197, and these lie southeast of the case that was just heard up in 16298, case 31230. The remaining are just other 1920 acre units that have been approved previously by the commission.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Exhibit 3.
Moving on to Exhibit 3, this slide is regarding overlapping unit request, Section 6, 7, 18, 161, 97. We have 2 visuals here. The first visual shows Formentera's current PDP in the unit. One thing that I did note here is the Marjorie 6-7 was indeed a 10,000-foot lateral, but it didn't export properly because it was sidetracked. So just for reference, that wellbore path does indeed go down through Section 7. The second visual shows the unit that we're proposing to the commission, including projected working interest. Formentera's projected working interest in this 19-acre unit will be about 33%. And one thing to note here is this area is under a historic JOA with Continental and our predecessor operator, Baytex.
Okay, and then Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 just shows sections 21, 28, 33, and 161, 97, which is not yet developed, and directly south of the unit that we brought forth for back in July. We're requesting an amendment to the current field rules to result in a 1928 unit, and Formentera's projected working interest in this unit will be about 40%.
And Rachel, in those situations where you're proposing 1920s and Formentera has less than a majority interest, will Formentera have discussions with other working interest owners in the proposed 1920s to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, that's correct, and we've had some of the discussions.
No further questions of this land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Rachel, sections 18 and 19 are currently a stand-up 1280. If this application is gonna, and of course to the south of them, sections 30 and 31 are a stand-up 1280. So if this application is approved, what's gonna happen to section 19?
We would evaluate opportunities to potentially respace that section 30 and 31 at some point in the near future, but it's just not on our radar as of right now.
So the people in 19 are just out of luck?
I don't think that they're just out of luck. I think it's just an area that we'll revisit after we receive some of the well results from this area.
Does Foreman Terry have interest in 1930 or 31?
I don't have that in front of me right now, but I can follow up.
So the commission has a duty to protect people's correlative rights, and if we establish 6, 7, and 18, and let's say, for example, 30 and 31 gets developed as a 1280, those people in 19 are just left out?
I completely understand the commission's duty, and like I said, I can follow up with what our plan is for 1931, and in conversations that we're having with other working interest parties in the area, we can also have that conversation with them as well.
Yeah, if you would, and submit a summary of those discussions of what's gonna happen to section 19.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Taylor, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 8. Can you identify Exhibit 8, briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, sir. Again, it's the geological structure map of the top of the Bakken, which is one of our two target zones. Same wells for the same amount of wells for map for regional areas over 500 wells, scale is 1 to 150,000 with a contour interval.
So Taylor, you need to stop. We're having a very difficult time hearing you. Can you get a little closer to the speakerphone or pick up?
Got it. Thank you. I was my
Yeah, that's great.
earbud. That's off. Thank you.
Perhaps, please start over because we were having a difficult time. So once again, identify and briefly discuss what's contained on Exhibit 5.
Sure. So this is a geological structure map, similar to the one prior of top middle Bakken. All of our cases will have a top middle Bakken structure map with the same amount of wells, the 500 plus, across the county, penetrating the Bakken that have log data. This map is a scale of 1 to 150,000, also with a contour interval of 50 feet. Our type log is identified in yellow, the North Dog. It is a horizontal well. While there is a well within each of the current DSUs, this had a full log suite over the entire reservoir, whereas there's only a partial log suite over the wells within the DSU. The depth is a little bit deeper and more confined compared to the other case. It's about 6,400 to 6,660 feet subsea TBD in our area of interest, and it has a half-degree dip to the south, so it's dipping at 89.5 degrees.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 6.
Wonderful. Thank you. So this is the same well, the North Dog, and it's just in the same log suite. You can see the headers at the top showing the logs displayed, and it's zoomed into both of our target reservoirs. The North Dog is still annotated in the inset map in yellow. The middle Bakken is about 67 feet TBD thickness, and the upper Three Forks is about 20 feet TBD thickness, which is similar to our prior case as well.
No further questions of the geologic witness?
Any questions from the staff?
Taylor, again, I think I'm just gonna ask that 5 and 6 be submitted digitally for the record.
Yeah, absolutely not a problem. Happy to help.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Shane, let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 7 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 161 North, Range 97 West, Section 6718. Proposed plan consists of alternating middle box and 3/4 horizontal wells with approximately 585 feet inter-well spacing, excluding the existing horizontal. The plan would be a total of 4 middle Bakken and 3/4 horizontal wells. Also shown are proposed pad locations, proposed intermediate casing points, and proposed bottom hole locations, along with the proposed unit setbacks of 500 feet east-west, 150 feet north-south. The blue lines represent proposed middle Bakken horizontals, and the orange lines represent proposed 3/4 horizontal. The green line represents a currently producing horizontal well. Then also shown on this diagram are any other existing wells within the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 161 North, Range 97 West, Sections 21, 28, and 33. The proposed plan consists of alternating middle Bakken and 3/4 horizontal wells with the same 585 interwell spacing. The plan would be a total of 4 middle Bakken and 4 3/4 wells. Also shown are the proposed pad locations along with proposed intermediate bottom hole locations and the proposed north-south setbacks of 150 feet and the east-west setbacks of 500 feet.
Okay, and Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 shows our proposed middle Bakken wellbore diagram. Surface casing will be set at approximately 1,800 feet. The Pierre Shale top in the area is estimated to be around 1,700 feet. From there, intermediate casing will be set at a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundary. The production hole will be TD, the minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundary, similar to the previous case. The proposed 3/4 wellbore diagram is the same, except for a deeper TDD, which is why we are only showing the middle Bakken wellbore diagram here.
Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves and economics for a middle Bakken well. We're expecting an initial rate of 742 barrels of oil per day. The economics were run using a flat oil price of $70 a barrel and a flat gas price of $3.25 an MCF. The drilling cost was estimated at $9 million. The expected oil EUR is 534,000 barrels, and the gas EUR is 1.19 billion cubic feet. Expected rate of return is 40%, payout of 24 months.
And Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserve, and economics for a 3/4 well. From our area of review, we have not seen any differences in the production profile of the middle Bakken and the 3/4, and that is why these economics and reserves are identical to the middle Bakken case.
And then finally, Exhibit 12, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
And Mr. Examiner, we'd request the record remain open. We'd offer the exhibits and then request the record remain open until October 7, to provide the additional supplemental information that was requested by the commission.
Exhibits are admitted and the record will remain open until October 7th. Any questions from the staff?
Shane, for your exhibit 7, which pad would you be drilling first?
We would be drilling the pad to the east. That would be a expansion of an existing location. So we would expand that existing location first.
What would your anticipated spud be?
It would be May to June of 2025.
And then 1 to 2 years to evaluate before drilling the western pad?
Yes, sir.
And then same question for exhibit 8.
In Exhibit 8, it would be the eastern pad as well, would be drilled first. That would be kind of in the same time frame of May to June of 2025. Then the western pad would be drilled 1 to 2 years following the drilling of the first pad.
Between this and the other cases, would you be moving one rig to develop the area, or would you have more than one?
The current plan would be to have one rig run.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Shane, the proposed Three Forks wells that you're indicating here, are they all proposed to be the upper bench Three Forks as identified on the type log?
Yes, sir.
And then, just looking at your Exhibit 7, is it your intent to actually space off of that existing well as far as these are depicted, or are you going to get a little bit closer to that well with those Middle Bakken wells?
We would probably get a little bit closer. This is just, the diagram here is just a general representation. So with that being a Three Forks well there, we would try and tighten that spacing there.
Okay. And then I guess one more thing, back for Rachel. When you address section 19, you'll also want to address your ownership in 16 to the north of this other 1920.
That is under review for hearing.
We've already got a case on it? Okay. So you can
I'm sorry,
disregard
would you
that.
still like? Oh, okay. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31231. Case number 31232. Application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Backel Noonan Bakken Pool and/or Noonan Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. 2. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 211 and 14, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. And 3. Create and establish an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31232, on behalf of Formentera Operations LLC. and we'll be calling the same three witnesses in this case as we called in the previous case.
And they're still under oath.
Rachel, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 31232, skip the cover page, skip the overview, and go right to Exhibit 1 and briefly discuss what's contained on Exhibit 1.
Absolutely. This map just shows high level where Formentera Operations has applied for the 1920 acre unit, as well as the overlapping 3840 within 16295 Divide County, North Dakota.
Okay, and Exhibit 2, once again, identify, briefly discuss what's contained on it, focusing on the matters that are to be addressed in 31232.
In Exhibit 2, this is now just a closer look at the area. As you can see, the Formentera Operations proposed unit are shown there with the same line green hatching in 16295. 16295 is comprised of ladies, some 1920s, but would just like to highlight directly to the east and depicted in purple is Formentera's case from back in April, where amended field rules and resulted in a majority of the township being respaced as in 1920.
Okay, and Exhibit 3.
In Exhibit 3, we have our first 1920 acre unit application, applying for sections 1, 12, and 13 to be established as a 1920 acre unit. This unit currently has no development in it, and Formentera's current estimated working interest in the unit would be about 53%.
Exhibit 4.
In Exhibit 4, we have the overlapping unit application. Within this proposed unit, we have an existing Formentera well, the AB Kimball, but the proposed 1920 acre unit, which is pictured here, would have a working interest of 68% if respaced.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 5.
And in Exhibit 5, this is the application for the 3840, encapsulating the two aforementioned units that we just previously discussed. The interest for the 3840 would be about 60% and would allow Formentera the flexibility to drill the lease line well.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Rachel, currently sections 13 and 24 and 14 and 23 are stand-up 1280s. Again, in this situation, this application is going to prove what's going to happen to those two sections.
Yes, that's correct. And kind of similar to the last situation, we're having those discussions with other operators and working interest parties in the area to determine what development looks like for those sections in the future. And I can submit that as a supplemental exhibit if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it probably goes without saying, if there's no plan for those sections, the odds of you getting your application approved are probably not good. The commission is not going to strand acreage out there with no plan to develop it, so yeah, if you would submit those discussions, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You can proceed.
Okay, Taylor, will you turn to Exhibit 6?
Looking at it now.
Yeah, but you're going to have to get off the speaker again because it's hard to understand you.
Understand.
Thank you. So Exhibit 6, identify and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Again, top middle bucket structure map with the contour interval of 50 feet, mapped over 500 plus wells of the same set in the prior two cases, scale 1 to 140,000. Our Smithburg type log is identified in yellow. It is a vertical well, and it has a full sweep over the target, the entire target reservoir. The existing Middle Bakken horizontal producer, which is the Newman 1, it does have a full log suite, but there are no formation tops identifiable past the Middle Bakken. And the Smithburg was picked because it is exactly east-west on strike with the Newnan 1. This well in this area is a little bit shallower than the previous case, and then even shallower from the first case by about 200 feet, with 5,800 feet to 6,000 subsea TBD in the area of interest. Formation is dipping 1 degree to the south, so has a formation dip of 89 degrees.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 7.
Similar to the last case, this is a zoom in of the same type log with the same log suite. As you can see with the headers, we're identifying the target reservoirs or areas or the reservoirs of interest from the Falls Bakken marker all the way through to the lower Three Forks. In this area, the Middle Bakken is a little bit thinner, 63 feet TBD, and the upper Three Forks is 18. Overall, in Divide County, the Middle Bakken is varying somewhere between 60 and 70 feet TBD, and the upper Three Forks between 18 and 20 feet TBD. On the inset map, you can see that Neiman 1 is identified and is a long strike to our type log of Smithburg 1.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff?
I think it looks like this copy will scan decently this time, so I'm not gonna ask for digitals, but,
Don't confuse them.
might as well supply a digital copy on 6 and 7, just to keep it consistent then.
Yeah, I think we can, pardon me, yes, we can do that for all the cases just to be sure and better safe than sorry,
Okay, thank you.
of course.
You can proceed.
Shane, Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Sections 1, 12, and 13. The proposed plan consists of alternating Middle Bakken Three Forks horizontal wells with approximately 585 feet interwell spacing. The plan would be a total of 4 Middle Bakken and 4 Three Forks horizontal wells. Also shown are proposed pad locations, proposed intermediate casing points, bottom hole locations, along with proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south and 500 feet east-west. The blue lines represent proposed Middle Bakken horizontals, and the orange lines represent proposed Three Forks horizontal.
Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Sections 2, 11, and 14. The proposed plan consists of alternating Middle Bakken and Three Forks horizontal wells with approximately 585 feet interwell spacing, excluding existing horizontals. The plan would be a total of 4 Middle Bakken and 3 Three Forks wells. Also shown are the proposed pad locations, proposed intermediate casing points, proposed bottom hole locations, and the proposed setbacks.
Okay, and then Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 shows our proposed full development plan for the 3840 acre spacing unit located in Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14. The proposed plan is to drill 1 Three Forks well approximately down the middle of the north-south section line. Also shown are the proposed intermediate casing points and proposed bottom hole location, along with the proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south and 500 feet west.
All right, then Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11 shows our proposed Middle Bakken wellbore diagram. Surface casing will be set at approximately 1,650 feet. The Pierre shale top in this area is around 50 feet. From there, the intermediate casing will be set at a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundary. Production hole will be TD, a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundary.
All right, and then Exhibit 12.
Exhibit 12 shows the fluid and reservoir properties reserves and economics for Middle Bakken well. We are expecting an initial rate of 742 barrels of oil per day. The economic will run using a flat oil price of $70 a barrel and a flat gas price of $3.25 an MCF. The drill cost is estimated at $9 million. We are expecting an oil EUR of 534,000 barrels and a gas EUR of 1.19 billion cubic feet. The expected rate of return is 40% and payout, resulting payout is 24 months.
And Exhibit 13.
Exhibit 13 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for Three Forks well. From our area review, we have not seen any differences in the production profile of the Middle Bakken and Three Forks, and that is why the economics and reserves are identical to the Middle Bakken case.
And finally is Exhibit 14, a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters.
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits and request that the record remain open until October 7 to submit supplemental documents.
Exhibits are admitted. The record will remain open in this case till October 7th. Any questions from the staff?
Shane, for your Exhibit 8, what would your development timing be for this pad?
So this pad would be planned for July or August of 2025.
And which wells would you drill first?
We would start with probably the two wells that are closest to the down the center there, closest to like 2640 feet-ish from section lines.
And then for Exhibit 9?
Exhibit 9, it would be the east pad, and that would be September or October of 2025. And similar to previous cases, we would evaluate the results of these wells and potentially come back 1 to 2 years later and drill that westmost pad.
That existing well on Exhibit 9 is a dual lateral open hole, one lateral in the Middle Bakken and one in the Three Forks. Do you plan on plugging that well or continue to produce it?
Depending on the timing of the drilling here, we could potentially plug it, but currently I do not have a current plan for that well.
Okay, thank you.
Shane, again, can you just confirm your intended Three Forks target for me?
This would be the first bench.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31232. Case number 31233. Application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Larson Bakken Pool and/or Black Slough Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota. Create and establish 3 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 12, 13, and 24, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, sections 6, 7, and 18, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 162 North, Range 93 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31233 on behalf of Formentera Operations LLC. We'll have same three witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
And they are still under oath.
Okay, Rachel, let's go to Exhibit 1, which is the third page in the packet. Very briefly, well, identify and then very briefly discuss Exhibit 1.
Absolutely. This I look at our final case today, Formentera Operations application for 3 19-20-acre spacing units in Burke County, North Dakota, comprised Section 12, 1324, and 16294, and then 6, 7, 18, 19, 30, 31, and 16293.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 2. Tell us what Exhibit 2 is.
On Exhibit 2, this map is a bit more zoomed in. As you can see, the operations proposed units are shown here in lime green. 16294 is comprised of a number of 19-20-acre units, a majority being a part of the cases that the Commission approved for Formentera back in May, and that is depicted in lavender here.
And Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3, this visual shows the proposed 19-20-acre unit in 16294. This unit is completely undeveloped and touts a working interest of about 54%. This unit lies directly north of the 19-20-acre unit that approved back in May.
And Exhibit 4.
Similar story here. This proposed 19-20-acre unit consists of sections 1930 and 16293, and we have a current working interest of about 60% in the unit.
And Exhibit 5.
Lastly, in Exhibit 5, directly north of the last unit, lies our proposed 19-acre unit comprised of 6, 7, and 18. Also currently under Formentera has an estimated working interest of about 28% in the unit.
And because Formentera owns less than a majority interest in this proposed 1920, will Formentera have discussions with other working interest owners in the proposed unit to determine who the operator should be?
Yes, and those are already happening.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from staff?
Rachel, currently sections 1 and 12 and 13 and 24 are stand-up 1280s. And to the south of them, we have a 1920 consisting of 2536 and 1.
Yes.
Which is off pattern, and the commission has allowed that spacing unit to exist. So help me out with what's going to happen, eventually happen to section 1.
So as of right now, we're just focusing on 1324. I believe we have acreage in section 1, but since we had the unit located directly west approved back in May, and we're currently drilling south of there, we wanted to bring forth the section 12, the one where to the commission for approval today. Like I said kind of previously, we were having discussions with other working interest parties in the area, but we don't have a current plan for section 1.
Does Formentera have an idea how section 1 could be developed?
I mean, I guess we can continue to respace off pattern. It's crossing another township line, but we haven't approached that yet.
And Mr. Boer, I mean, if you look at this map, you'll see that, you know, it's not a problem. If it is a problem, it's not something that Formentera created. I mean, we have the areas in blue where you have multiple operators, and there was off-pattern spacing units there, and we're just following that through.
I do not disagree. It's not a problem that maybe Formentera created, but somebody created this off-pattern stuff, and we went along with it. But I just want to know what can happen to section 1. I mean, I have ideas, but I'd like to know what Formentera's are.
And I can submit that in a supplemental exhibit prior to October 7th.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You can proceed.
Taylor, let's go to Exhibit 6. Identify and briefly discuss.
Absolutely. Again, top middle Bakken structure map with a contour interval of 50 feet and a scale of 1 to 150,000. The AB Iverson is our type well in this area. It's identified in yellow. This is also our type well for the prior refacing case we had this summer for the LAR pad. It is a dual horizontal well with full suites of logs. The top of the middle Bakken is 5,700 to 6,150 feet subsea TBD, and maintaining that consistent half degree to 1 degree southward dip. So in this area, it's from 89.5 to the southwest.
Okay, and Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 looking similar to the prior cases, just showing a zoomed in to our reservoir. You can see the AB Iverson annotated in the inset map. Middle Bakken is a little bit thinner with 60 feet TBD, whereas the upper Three Forks in this area is a little bit thicker of 25 feet TBD.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff?
I believe you indicated in the last case that you just submit digitals for all of them, but just for the record, digital copies on 6 and 7, please.
Yes, absolutely not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Shane, let's go to Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 152 North, Range 94 West, sections 12, 13, and 24. Proposed plan consists of alternating middle Bakken and Three Forks horizontal wells, approximately 585 feet interwell spacing. The plan would be to drill a total of 4 middle Bakken and 4 Three Forks wells. Also shown are the proposed pad locations, the proposed intermediate spacing point, bottom hole locations, along with the proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south, 500 feet east-west. The blue lines represent proposed middle Bakken horizontals, and the orange lines represent proposed Three Forks horizontals.
Okay, Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 152 North, Range 93 West, Sections 6, 7, and 18. The proposed plan would be to drill a total of 4 middle Bakken and 4 Three Forks horizontal wells in an alternating pattern with approximately 585 feet into well spacing. Also shows the proposed pad location, proposed intermediate casing point, proposed bottom hole location, and the proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south, 500 feet east-west.
Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in 162 North, Range 93 West, sections 19, 30, and 31. The proposed plan is identical to the existing exhibit with 4 middle Bakken and 4 Three Forks wells alternating approximately 585 feet into well spacing.
And 11.
Exhibit 11 shows our proposed middle Bakken wellbore diagram. Surface casing will be set to approximately 1,650 feet. The It appears shale top in this area is around 1,550 feet. From there, the intermediate casing will be set at a minimum of 150 feet from north-south section boundaries, and production hole will be TD a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundaries. The Three Forks wellbore diagram is identical, except in regards to depth, due to the deeper TDE.
Exhibit 12.
Exhibit 12 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for a Middle Bakken well. Similar to previous cases, we're expecting initial rates of 742 barrels of oil per day. The economics were run using a flat oil price of $70 a barrel and a flat gas price of $3.25 in MCF. Drilling cost is estimated at $9 million. The expected oil EUR is 534,000 barrels, a gas EUR of 1.19 billion cubic feet. This leads to an expected rate of return of 40% and expected payout of 24.
Okay, and then Exhibit 13, maybe just point out the differences between 12 and 13.
Yes, sir. So the differences are in terms of the fluid and reservoir properties. You have the thinner Three-Forks target with a lower oil place number.
Okay, and then Exhibit 14, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect wellhead rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits and request the record remain open until October 7 for the supplemental exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted, and the record will remain open in this case until October 7th. Any questions from the staff?
Shane, again, your planned Three Forks target here?
The first bench.
First bench. What did you mention on Exhibit 13? I think you said something about center Three Forks. Were you just referring to where you were targeting within that bench?
Sorry, excuse me. Thinner Three Forks
Okay.
relative to the Middle Bakken.
Gotcha, I just heard something off. Thank you.
I apologize.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31233. Case number 31234, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish 5 19-20-acre spacing units comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15, sections 21, 28, and 33, sections 22, 27, and 34, Township 160 North, Range 103 West, and sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 160 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 19-20-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31234 on behalf of Coda Resources Operating LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses who are present with us in the hearing room.
Mr. McLaren.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jason, please state your full name for the record.
Jason McLaren,
And Jason, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources.
In what capacity?
I'm the land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jason, let's turn to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff, and let's turn first to what's been marked as Exhibit L1. I'd like you to identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit L1 is just a regional map showing the area we're discussing today. I'll note that it's in way western North Dakota and just north of the Williams County, and we're in Divide County here.
Okay, and then L2.
L2 is zoomed in, showing the Fertile Valley field and the 5 19-20 acre spacing units we're discussing today. They're on the flanks, 3 on the west and 2 on the east. They're identified in red, and 4 of them, as you'll note, have existing 1,280 acre spacing already established.
Okay, then let's go to L3.
L3 zoomed in to one of the 1920 requested spacing units in sections 3, 10, and 15 of Township 160, Range 103. It shows our working interest is 33.9%, and as you can see, there's an underlying 1280 there, and half of another 1280 in our working interest are denoted in those 1280s.
And L4.
L4 is the westernmost 1,920 acre proposed unit in sections 21, 28, and 33. There is no existing spacing beneath this proposed unit. Oh, and our working interest is 82%.
And L5.
Still on the western side here, we've got the third proposed unit in section 22, 27, and 34. Our working interest here is just a little shy of 86%. And again, you can see our working interest in the underlying 1280s, which are currently undeveloped.
And L6.
Let's move into the east side. Same thing at sections 1, 12, and 13. Our working interest here is just over 60%, at 60.3. Again, in the red is the proposed 1920, and there's the underlying 1280s previously spaced.
And Exhibit L7.
L7 is the fifth 1920 proposed spacing unit in sections 24, 25, and 36. Our current working interest there is 55%. It's again outlined in red with the underlying 1280s in blue.
And I believe one of the 1920s you discussed and that you're proposing, CODA has less than a majority interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that case, will CODA have discussions with other working interest owners in the proposed 1920 to determine who the operator should be?
Discussions are currently ongoing, yes.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from staff?
Jason, on Exhibit L4, you alluded to the fact that there's no spacing underlying this space unit, but there are drilling units in place, is that correct?
This particular 1920 is just outside of the Fertile Valley field, so I do not believe that any spacing has been established prior to this.
You're correct, but there are drilling units in place under those lands, stand-up 1,280 acre drilling units.
I was not aware. We looked up and tried to reference the orders in the other proposed units, and I did not find one that showed the existing 1280s.
Yeah, that was from a while ago.
Yeah.
Order number 16,714.
Was that the order that spaced a large, or no, I shouldn't say space, created a large number of drilling units?
Yeah. So obviously, the proposed 1920 would split section 16 and 21. And there's another drilling unit to the north of 4 and 9.
Correct.
Does CODA have interest in 4, 9, and 16?
We have a small interest there, but we would not have the majority interest. It's currently leased by other operators.
Has there been discussions with other operators on how we're gonna develop this area?
Yes. We've talked to the owners of 4, 9, and 16.
16 being a state tract is leased by another operator, and we've reached out to them. We do have some leasehold in Section 9, and Section 4 is leased by also different but third party. And we have had discussions with there's actually 5 groups that own the acreage to the north there.
And it would seem a logical outcome would be that 4, 9, and 16 would be a stand-up 1920?
It would, yes. And typically we develop with one central pad drilling the 3-mile laterals north and south. But in this case, it's a little unique that, again, we don't have we have a very small working interest, so. But I guess to your question, we are in discussions and trying to figure out a way that it would work to develop it in the future, but this is the furthest west we'll be testing, so we wanted to go ahead and space this as a potential drilling site for the next 12 months.
So in summary, you have had discussions with other operators about developing 4, 9, and 16 as a stand-up 1920?
Correct, and to kind of not get into too much detail about this, we plan on building the pad for additional occupations to hopefully acquire or work something out with those other parties and come back and do some additional drilling, so.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pfeiffer,
Yes,
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kat, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Catherine Viper?
But you go by Kat, right?
Yes.
Okay. And by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources?
In what capacity?
The geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Kat, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Identify that exhibit, please, and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, so G1 is a structure map on the Middle Bakken member. It's in subsea TVD. The contour interval is 50 feet. It's showing that as you move to the north-northwest, you are getting shallower. As you move to the south-southeast, you're getting deeper across this field. Same spacing units that Jason just testified on the previous exhibits for are outlined in same colors. And the type log that we have as the next exhibit is shown with the cross-section 8A prime.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, G2. And since you've already identified it, I'll just have you proceed to describe what's contained upon it.
Yes, so this is a cross-section coming from the north to the south in the lower portion of the lodgepole to the top of the Bird Bear. So you see the Bakken as well as the Three Forks, and we will be targeting the Middle Bakken, and it's a quad combo, I should say, as well.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Hervey,
Yes, sir.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jake, state your full name for the record, please.
Jake Hervey,
And Jake, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources,
What capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an
Yes.
expert? For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jake, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. Please identify E1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
E1 shows the first proposed 1920 spacing unit and the 5 proposed middle Bakken wells, as well as a potential pad location in the center of the DSU allowing full development.
And that is a tentative location at this point in time?
Tentative, correct.
Okay. Let's go on to exhibit E2. Can you tell me what E2 is?
E2, again, shows the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, the 5 middle Bakken wells, and the tentative pad location.
And then E3.
E3 shows the third of the 5 1920 acre spacing units, the 5 proposed middle Bakken wells, and then the tentative pad location.
And then E4.
E4 again shows one of the proposed 1920 acre spacing units, the 5 proposed Middle Bakken wells, and the tentative pad location.
And E5?
E5 shows the final 1920 acre spacing unit, the 5 proposed Middle Bakken wells, and the tentative pad location in the area.
Okay, let's go on then to Exhibit E6. Can you tell me what that is?
E6 shows average fluid and reservoir properties across the area of interest, showing the 2 pay intervals in the Middle Bakken and Upper Three Forks, and showing that we expect an estimated recovery factor when you lump both reservoirs together of about 15% with the 5 Middle Bakken wells.
And E7?
E7 shows our expected economics for the area. We expect wells to come on at about 750 barrels a day, have an EUR around 540 MBO, with an expected payout of around 14 months.
And then E8, tell us what that is, please.
E8 is just our typical 3-mile lateral Middle Bakken type well diagram. You can see that our surface casing, our 7-inch intermediate set into the Middle Bakken, and then our 4.5-inch tieback liner. We plan to complete these with around 100 plug-and-perf stages.
And then Exhibit E9, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, are all the pads proposed to be batch drilled?
So it'll depend, like Jason was mentioning. When we step out to the west, we typically try to hit the edge first and then come back and fill in. So we have the pads set up for, our delineation pads are set up for 3 occupations. So you can do 1 north-south, test the edge, come back and fill into the north, come back and fill into the south. So if you look at the bigger map, the furthest out would be set up that way, and then we come back and do the whole thing in between.
What would be the rough estimate as far as a time frame for all of those wells then to be drilled? I'll ask it that way.
So the western step out would be hopefully early next year. Eastern step out would be hopefully next summer. Coming back within 6 months.
So it'd be a 6-month lapse roughly?
Roughly, just to evaluate initial performance.
Okay, thank you.
Jake, where your 2 1920s would be on top or directly above or below each other, would you intend to use one pad to develop all that, or would you have
Correct.
2 separate pads?
One when we can with the landowners.
And then when you were discussing E6, you indicated economics for both Middle Bakken and Three Forks. You are intending to drill Middle Bakken only?
Yes, a Middle Bakken target draining down into the Upper Three Forks.
So that, yeah, you're anticipating you're going to get lower Three Forks production from that Middle Bakken well?
Correct.
Or sorry, Upper Three Forks production from that Middle
Correct,
Bakken.
yeah, if you look at the type log, the lower Bakken shale is very thin in this area, and it doesn't act as much of a barrier here.
That thickness that you're anticipating, 10, 15 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31234. Case number 31235, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Daneville Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish 4 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 211 and 14, sections 310 and 15, sections 4, 9, and 16, and sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31235, on behalf of Coda Resources Operating LLC. We'll be calling the same 3 witnesses in this case as we did in the previous case.
And they are still under oath.
Great. Jason, let's go to Exhibit L1.
Great. So this again is a regional locator map. We're in the same area, just a little further north. just in Divide County, north of the Williams County and Divide County line.
And Exhibit L2.
This shows the Daneville field outline and the 4 proposed 1920 acre spacing units depicted in red.
And L3.
L3 is the proposed unit in sections 211 and 14, and our current working interest is 84.5%.
And Exhibit L4.
L4 is the next one over in sections 3, 10, and 15. It's another 1920 proposed spacing unit, and our working interest is 69.2%.
And L5.
L5, we're going one further east in sections 4, 9, and 16, and our working interest in this unit is 56.9%.
L6.
Is the final western proposed unit. It's sections 5, 8, and 17. Our working interest here is 50.9%.
No further questions for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Jason, sections 14 and 23 are a stand-up 1280. And if this application's approved, what's gonna happen to section 23?
Section 23, I believe, is already spaced as a oh, no, that's right. There's an existing well operated by another operator to the south. We're working with that operator to, our goal would be to acquire that well and develop it just in pattern, or work with them to develop it together.
As a 1920.
Correct, correct.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Kat, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. Give me a moment to get there. G1.
Yes, so oh, go ahead.
Okay, can you identify G1 and briefly
Yeah,
discuss what's
sorry about
contained about it?
Yeah, so G1 is a structure map. It's on the Middle Bakken member. It is in subsea TVD with a contour interval of 50 feet, showing that as you move to the north, you're getting shallower, deeper as you move to the south-southeast. And then for the next exhibit, for type log, you have the cross-section 8A prime.
Okay, let's go to G2.
So this is just a quad combo showing the lower lodgepole down to the bird bear. So you have the Bakken as well as the Three Forks Formation on log, and we'll be targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
Jake, E1.
E1 shows the first proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, the 5 proposed Middle Bakken wells, and a tentative pad location.
E2.
E2 again shows the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, the 5 proposed Middle Bakken wells, and the tentative location in the center of the DSU line.
E3.
E3 shows the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, 5 Middle Bakken wells, and the tentative pad location.
E4.
E4 shows the final proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, the 5 Middle Bakken wells, and a tentative location.
And E5.
E5 shows the average reservoir parameters across this area with our Middle Bakken and Upper Three Forks reservoirs. Upper Three Forks a little bit thinner in this area as you move to the north and west compared to the previous case. But the Middle Bakken is kind of compensating and getting a little bit thicker. Expecting, again, about a 540 MBO UR with 5 wells per DSU gives you a recovery factor of about 15%.
And E6.
E6, again, expected Middle Bakken economics with an initial rate of 750 barrels a day, gross EUR of around 540 MBO, and expected payout of around 14 months.
And E7.
E7 is our typical Middle Bakken type well diagram, showing our roughly 100 planned plug and perf stage completion.
And E8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Correct.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have. We'd offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, speak similarly to the last case, would you be drilling one well in these DSUs, testing, and then coming back?
So if you go up to L2. So you can see in the previous, the previous test that we did in sections 22, 27, and 34, I would expect us to do a test similar to that, going up to the north, kind of testing the middle, and then some follow-up delineation on the edges, and then full development.
And spud timing?
Spud timing is hopefully first quarter.
Thanks.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31235. Case number 31236. Application of WPX Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool, Twin Buttes Bakken Pool, and/or Wolf Bay Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish two 1440-acre spacing units comprised of the west half of Section 28, and all of Sections 29 and 30, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, and all of Sections 31 and 32 in the west half of Section 33, Township 147 North, Range 92 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 wells on each proposed 1440-acre spacing unit. And 2, 3 overlapping 2880-acre space units comprised of the west half of Sections 21 and 28, and all of Sections 19, 20, 29, and 30, Township 147 North, Range 92 West. The west half of Sections 28 and 33, and all of Sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, and all of Sections 31 and 32 in the west half of Section 33, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, and the west half of Section 4 and all of Sections 5 and 6, Township 146 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line to an existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 2880 acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. Note that the applicant has withdrawn the 2880 acre request from this application. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 31236 on behalf of WPX Energy Williston LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses.
Mr. Benson,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
James, please state your full name for the record.
Sure. James Ryan Benson.
And James, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by WPX Energy Williston, LLC, a subsidiary, wholly owned subsidiary of Devon Energy Corporation.
In what capacity?
As a senior staff landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
James, let's take a look at the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff, and let's skip the cover page and the table of contents and move to Exhibit L1. Please identify L1 and very briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, sir. L1 is a regional locator map. It's kind of a high-level view of the application lands within the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation.
And Exhibit L2.
L2 is a zoomed-in area of the application lands identified by a red dotted line covering Township 147 North, Range 92 West, all of Sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, along with the west half of Sections 21, 28, and 33 there in Dunn County, North Dakota.
Okay, and Let's go on then to the next exhibit, L3. Can you tell me what L3 is?
Yes, L3 is a working interest breakdown, the overlapping application of Township 147 North, Range 92 West, all of Sections 19 and 20, along with the west half of Section 21. I've identified the overlapping unit in a black outline and the underlying units in both green and yellow, separating out the working interest of both the green and yellow units, and as well as the overlapping working interest in which WPX holds a 69.77% working interest in the proposed overlapping unit.
And L4.
L4 is another requested overlapping unit, a 1440 acre spacing unit comprised of all of sections 29 and 30, along with the west half of section 28. And I've also identified these by color, with the black outline being the overlapping requested unit, with WPX having a working interest of 73.66% approximate.
And L5?
L5 is a requested overlapping 2880 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 29, 30, 31, and 32 there, 147 North, Range 92 West, and all the sections, or also the west half of sections 28 and 33. Again, I've identified the overlapping unit in black with the approximate working interest of WPX at 82.77%.
Okay, and L6?
L6 is another requested 2880 acre spacing unit, comprised of sections 19, 20, 29, 30 of Township 147 North, Range 92 West, along with the west half of sections 21 and 28. And again, I have outlined the overlapping unit in black with WPX owning approximately 72.20% working interest in the proposed unit.
Okay. Now, the engineering witness is going to discuss for us why your company is proposing to bring in the east half of 21 and the east half of 28. Do you have anything in terms of offering why you're bringing those lands into this into these spacing units?
Just to be clear, Lawrence, did you want the engineering witness to testify on that question, or
I just, no, I know the engineering witness is going to offer some testimony on that. I just didn't know if you had anything to offer on it. You may very well not, so that.
No, I certainly can, and part of the reason, one big reason why we're spacing the west half of the west half, I think you may have mentioned the east half of the east half in your, just previously, but it is the west half of the west half there, sections 28, and those slivers, and due to, the topography challenges that we have that are going to be illustrated in a further exhibit, as well as kind of the dask habitat and the lake setback of the lake there, in those units provided a challenge for us to find a suitable surface hole location. And we already have existing PDPs there in those sections 28 and 33 on the east half. And so in order to maximize the reserves and produce those wells efficiently, we decided to include those slivers in those portions of the well bore in order to maximize the recovery.
And let me first apologize for misdescribing it, east half. You're absolutely correct. It is the west half, and I do apologize for that. And let me, just one follow-up question, and once again, I can ask the engineering witness some of these questions as well. But from your perspective, developing the west half of 21 and the west half of 28 has been difficult as well, has it not, because of the topography in this area?
Yes, it has.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
James, exhibit L3. Is that, Is there a proposed 1440 space unit there?
Yes, there's a proposed 1440 acre spacing unit on L3, outlined in the black.
So I don't see that in your caption.
Okay, we do have a request for 1440 acre spacing in the bottom of the page, on L3.
Yeah, that doesn't do much good for advertising.
Okay, would you prefer having it there at the top of the page, or what do you suggest?
No, I think Lawrence is gonna probably.
No, I understand the issue, and
Okay.
I'll look at it more closely, and I'd be surprised if Mark is wrong, but I still will look at it to determine if that's the case.
I don't see it in the caption there for the, it says you're gonna establish two 1440s.
Yep.
And you're showing us three, so the 19, 20, and west half of 21 will not be considered if it was not advertised.
Well, and perhaps.
Okay.
And James, what we can probably do, since we've discussed it in today's hearing, we can make an application for it and just incorporate the record from this case. We've done that in other situations where there is an error in advertising.
Okay, yeah, I'm following now. I apologize.
Yep.
Yes, we can go ahead and do that.
And then there was only one 2880 that was withdrawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
So in your testimony, you said there were topo issues, the lake setback issue, and you said there was some habitat issue?
Yes, we have located multiple areas of dask habitat along the area that we're attempting to avoid.
Do you want to expand on what you mean by dask?
It's good Dakota Access, the skipper, the butterfly out there, various locations we have identified through our surface surveys is what I refer to as dask. So it's the protected butterfly out there that we have to work around, essentially, and protect pursuant to federal guidelines.
So can you submit those areas that have been identified?
Yes, I can certainly supplement the record and submit the areas that we've identified, as well as lake setback restrictions along that area that, later on in testimony, I believe on E2, you can probably a better illustration of the lake setback restrictions that I'm referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Perriam?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do swear.
Tom, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Thomas Charles Perriam,
And Tom, by whom are you employed?
WPX Energy Williston, a subsidiary of Devon Energy, Oklahoma City.
And in what capacity?
I am a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No.
What I would like you to do, Tom, is briefly discuss for us or briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
All right. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Geological Sciences from the University of Oregon, a Master's of Science in Geology from the New Mexico State University, and a PhD in Geological Sciences from the University of Oregon. I've been employed at Devon Energy in the capacity of a geologist for 12 years and worked a variety of basins in the continental United States.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning the application that's before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Tom, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Can you tell me what G1 is?
G1 is a structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken showing structure dipping gently to the west across the discussed acreage and showing, to the best of my knowledge, no major subsurface faults or other structures that would complicate our proposed plan.
Okay, and G2, can you tell me what G2 is?
G2 is a tag log of Santa Fe Energy Young Bear 1 well to the northeast of the sections in discussion, showing a triple combo log in our two target intervals, the Middle Bakken and the Upper Three Forks, Three Forks first bench for the two landing zones of the wells in question.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Ballinger,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Brad, let's turn to the, Brad, state your full name for the record, please.
Bradley Michael Ballinger,
And Brad, by whom are you employed?
WPX Energy, a subsidiary of Devon Energy,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion grant.
Okay, Brad, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. Tell us what E1 is.
E1 is our development plan for the proposed sections or acres. The blue sticks are going to be the undeveloped Three Forks wells. The red sticks are going to be the undeveloped Bakken wells. And you can see that they are going to be drilled from two separate pads to access this acreage.
Okay, and then E2.
This is the same development plan with the same color coding as we previously looked at. However, this is the topo map that we have, just showing and highlighting the difficulty in terrain with the lake, the steep cliffs, etc., and why we chose these surface locations. Our surface team did extensive looks in the area to find the most suitable pad locations or any pad location that we could get, and these were the only two options that they came back with to develop these two units from.
Okay, and James has already talked a little bit about the fact that, surface conditions. He's talked about a butterfly being in the area that we need to stay away from. But looking at this particular exhibit, it looks like there'd be no surface locations to the south of the existing the existing 1280 comprised of 28 and 33. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. With the lake setback and trying to develop anything from the south, it's a non-starter as well. We looked at developing all this in the south, and once again, surface locations are not viable.
And to the north, you have topo issues in the southwest of 21. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You can look on the topo map, and you can see kind of splits in there. So there's definitely no ability to get a pad in that corner of 21.
Okay. And certainly, if you could develop from the north, the west half of 28 and 33, that would probably be cheaper than what you're proposing. Is that a fair statement?
If you're able to develop the west half 28, 33, I think it'd be more expensive doing it from the north than how we have it planned here.
But if you didn't, if you didn't have topo issues, it would not be. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to E3. Can you tell me what E3 is?
E3 is just our standard wellbore diagram for our 2-mile Three Forks well. Added 0.25 of increased interval would increase our stage count and stage length for these wells, but this is just a standard 2-mile wellbore diagram for the Three Forks.
And E4?
This is the same diagram. This is just for the wells landed in the Middle Bakken. It's a standard 2-mile Bakken design with 2.25-mile Bakken design with the increased stage count due to the increased lateral length.
And E5?
This is the reservoir in economics for the development. All wells have been designated the same type curve for each development, both Three Forks and Bakken. We use the same, and the close enough in proximity with similar geology that they all do have the same type curve and well performance. So the numbers don't change on a gross basis. But this is just the Bakken and Three Forks 2.25-mile look. The oil gravity is about 0.3 degrees in the area with the bottom hole temp of about 221. The initial gas oil ratio was about 700 scf per barrel with the formation volume size of 1.46. And then basically the drilling unit size that's in that 1280 is a 1440. And then our recovery our average price is about 5.5, water saturation 55%, puts about 30 million barrels in place for these units. And then the economics on the individual well, we're looking at about a 589 NBO well for each one of these designated sticks. And that puts our individual well recovery factor at 2% based on the original oil in place. All these economics ran at a $75 flat oil price environment and a $3.25 gas price environment, yields the gross economics below. So I'm not going to run through all those, but you're basically looking at about 34 million in sales off of a net investment of just north of 7 million for these wells, puts you about 3.27 return on investment.
Okay, and in your opinion, would the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Examiner, I just point out that attached here is a GCP1. That's a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters. With that, I have no further witnesses, and we would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Looking at your exhibit E1,
Yes, sir.
would both of these locations be batch drilled?
Correct. They would all probably go batch drill each unit together and complete them at the same time. That would be our plan right now.
What would your spud date be?
The date for these, we are looking at mid Q3, Q4 2025. Probably Q4. I'd land more on Q4 2025.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brad, on exhibit E1 or E2,
Yes, sir.
so in section 16 and 21, there was a well drilled on the west side of the spacing unit. And in 28 and 33, there wasn't one drilled there. Do you know why not?
Can we repeat which wells we're talking about? Sorry,
So-
echo.
In section 16 and 21, there's a well drilled on the very west side of that spacing unit.
Yes, sir.
And in 28 and 33, there wasn't one drilled there. Do you know why?
Different operators at the time. Yeah, to the north, that was previously operated by Rimrock. To the south, it was a WPX operation.
So why didn't WPX drill a well in the west half of 28 and 33?
It was before my time, to be honest, but I believe the answer is due to the amount of wells that are permitted for that pad that the Howling Wolf are on. That pad, I think, was only permitted for 7, and so that's why they drilled the 7 on the spacing that they wanted.
They couldn't have added another well?
Not to my knowledge, but like I said, that was before my time.
Is that due to space constraints, or why not?
Most likely, I believe that was the case. I think they could only make a pad so big.
So these wells in the west half of 28 or 33, where's your proposed casing landing point?
It's going to be, well, I'm not sure of the exact, I'd have to drill it to the exact casing landing point, but we do plan on using our standard setback bars on the completion section. So we plan to perforate the maximum amount of lateral that we could.
So from the east side of the space unit, where would approximately where would you land the casing, or where would you perforate?
We'd probably a quarter mile into 2833 would be roughly where we land the casing, and then perforate our standard 250, 300 feet into the section there.
So when you say into the section, you mean into the spacing unit in this case?
Yes, sir. Into the 1440 proposed spacing unit. Yes, sir.
So your casing landing point and your first perforation would be roughly 250 feet from that spacing unit boundary?
Yes, sir. Just like a standard spacing unit. Correct. So we'd be producing, instead of your standard quote-unquote 2 mile, we would be producing a quote-unquote 2.25 mile, more or less. So giving us about a quarter mile additional lateral length production in reserve.
Since this is an unusual spacing on asset, you supplement the record with that casing landing point and first perforation, what those footages are from the spacing unit boundary.
Yes, sir. We can get that done.
And on your exhibit E5, are these economics and recoveries based on a 1,280 acre spacing unit?
Yes, sir. They were based on the 1280, but that probably needs to be updated to 1440.
So they'd be slightly higher. I assume they'd be slightly higher for a 1440.
Recovery factor?
No, your economics and your recoveries.
You're talking about, you think EUR oil and the EUR gas is going to be higher on a 1440 versus a 1280. That's what you're saying, Mark, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
The EUR is is the 2.25 EUR. The recovery factor is based on the 1280. So I think the EUR will stay neutral, but the recovery factor per well will decrease. That 589 is a 2.25. So that's going to stay that. The only difference is you're going to add the 200 and X amount of acres to increase your oil in place. So the recovery factor will go down slightly.
So the economics are based on a 1440.
Yes, sir. But just the recovery factor was accidentally on the 1280.
And looking at exhibit E2 and then at your gross investment, you can drill one of these wells with that type of step out for $7 million?
Yeah, just north of $7 million, and there's the additional dead pipe there, but it doesn't outweigh, it's more minimal than you would think. And we have just recently completed our Missouri River pad, which has, I don't know if you've seen that, but it has very, very drastic kick out, and those numbers are coming on par with our expectations that we put into this economics.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for James again.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the mineral ownership in the west half of 28 and 33 versus 29, 30, 31, and 32, can you elaborate on that?
The mineral ownership in terms of common and diverse, it is diverse ownership.
So is this allotted acreage, or?
It is a combination of allotted acreage and tribal acreage.
Could you submit an exhibit with just that on it? I mean, we don't need to know individuals, but just where it's allotted and where it's tribal?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can certainly supplement the record with that.
Mark, are you looking just for that sliver in the west half, or are you looking for that information on the entire spacing unit?
All 4 sections plus the west half of 28 and 33.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to be certain.
Okay, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, a couple things. How long do we need to keep the record open for what was just requested?
October 7th.
Okay, the record will remain open until October 7th. And do we need to do anything regarding curing the advertising issue?
I'll just discuss that with Sarah after the hearing.
Okay.
And my client, of course.
Okay. All right. That concludes our hearing for case number 31236.
You wanted a late filed one today, didn't you?
Case number 31237, on a motion of the commission to review the pilot injection project for enhanced oil recovery authorized under order number 32172, authorizing Liberty Resources Management Company LLC to continue the pilot injection project in the East Tioga Bakken Pool utilizing the Haley 15893-29-32-10 MBH well located in the spacing unit comprised of sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 158 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our October hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31237. Case number 31238, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Charlie Bob Bakken Pool to establish a 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 29 and 32, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 5 and 8, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our October hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31238. Moving on to the supplement. Case number 31049. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order amending the field rules for the partial Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1, an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells of said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2, an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 155 North, Range 90 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 155 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and/or such other and further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our October hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31049. Case number 31149. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order for the West Kappa Bakken Pool and/or Grinnell Bakken Pool, Williams and Mackenzie Counties, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of sections 27 and 34, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, and sections 3 and 10, Township 154 North, Range 97 West, and sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 154 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit. Such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
We on 31149?
I'm sorry?
31149?
31149.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31149 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc.
Are the witnesses available?
Yeah, I think they're on the phone right
Yes.
now. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Williams,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Austin, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Austin Williams,
And Austin, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
And you had your qualifications accepted as an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony, this witness had an expert.
Motion granted.
All right, Austin, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case number 31149, and let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is?
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a general locator map depicting the two stand-up 2560s, one in red, one in black. It also shows the different fields, the West Kappa and the Grinnell Bakken field. Sections 2734 of 155 North, 97 West, and then sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 23 are all going to be in 154 North, 97 West.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit L2. Tell us what Exhibit L2 is.
Exhibit L2 is just a land plat showing an existing 1,280 acre spacing unit. Sections 27 and 34 of 155 North, 97 West. And in the top right corner, we have summarized the existing working interest ownership.
Okay, and Exhibit L3.
Exhibit L3 is also a land plat depicting an existing 1,280 acre spacing unit, sections 3 and 10 of 154 North, 97 West. Again, we've summarized the ownership in the top right corner.
Okay, and Exhibit L4.
Putting those two 1280s together to form the proposed stand-up 2560 of sections 2734, 3, and 10. We've consolidated the ownership of all of those in the top right corner.
All right, and then let's go to the next 2560, Exhibit L5. Tell us what that is.
This is a 1,280 acre land plat depicting this is the second 2560 as you stated. Sections 2 and 11, 154 North, 97 West. We've got our working interest ownership also summarized in the top right corner.
And Exhibit L5, or excuse me, L6.
L6 is a land plat depicting sections 14 and 23 of 154 North, 97 West. The working interest ownership is summarized in the top right corner as well.
And then Exhibit L7.
Exhibit L7 is the proposed stand-up 2560 of sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, consolidating all that ownership from the previous two exhibits in the top right corner to show the total working interest.
And now in both of these proposed 2560s, Continental owns less than a majority interest. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And because Continental, because Continental Resources owns less than a majority interest, is or has Continental been having discussions with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
That is correct. We have had significant discussions and are in agreement with XTO to be the operator of these units, and you're right, we will continue discussions with other working interest owners.
That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Ramber,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dustin, state your full name for the record, please.
Dustin Rambur, R-A-M-B-U-R.
And Dustin, by whom are you employed in what capacity?
Senior Operations Geologist at Continental Resources.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
No, offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Dustin, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit G1. Can you briefly, well, first identify Exhibit G1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
G1 is our general locator map and structure map.
Can you just describe the structure map briefly? What's the contour? Is it dipping one way or the other?
Yeah. Displayed on the map, I'm showing 50-foot contours built on the Upper Bakken Shale with overall bedding inclination in these units moving north to south and south to north of less than a degree. Also on here is our petrophysical type well, notated by that red star.
Okay. Well, let's go to the next exhibit then, Exhibit G2. Is that the type log that you've referenced on Exhibit G1?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't you briefly discuss
So this is,
what's contained on G2?
yes, sir. G2 showing the type log for this unit, displaying an interval that captures the Wetzkopf and Grinnell Bakken pools, which is 50 feet above the Bakken Shale top to the Bird Bear Formation. At the bottom of that, we also have our petrophysical properties notated for the Middle Bakken.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Dustin, apologies if I missed it. I was looking at a couple, 2, 3 things here. When you were going over your testimony on the Exhibit G1, you indicated how much of a dip across that? Actually, let me pause real quick. I'm going to ask that I get a digital version of Exhibit G1. The values and some of the contours are difficult to read to start with. But when you were going over Exhibit G1, Dustin, what was the dip you indicated across the spacing units?
The max overall dip, getting an echo, is 1 degree.
Okay, it looks like you're coming off of a pretty good structure through there, right?
East to west there is structure, but north to south, based on the contours and offset geosteering profiles, we are not expecting any significant structure, faulting, or thickness changes across these units.
While you're drilling the individual laterals?
Yes, sir.
In general, when you're looking at something like a structure like this, where you're drilling effectively along the structure, not drilling significantly up or down dip, but where would you anticipate naturally the natural fractures to be most enhanced by the existence of the structure? Would you look for that on top of the structure, at the bottom of the structure, or on the deflection?
The natural fractures would occur wherever there's a significant inflection point, which, based on the offset profiles from the wells that exist in the unit, we did not notate any natural fracturing where there was a gamma ray break showing that there was significant faulting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Elliott?
Just a second. Mr. Examiner, do you have Jennifer Hill on your list?
I do, if needed.
Okay, yeah, and we might call her, but if I may, oh, that's fine. We'd like to call Jennifer Hill.
Right now?
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jennifer, state your full name for the record, please.
Jennifer Hill,
And Jennifer, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
right-of-way specialist.
It's a little hard to understand you. Are you on a speakerphone, or are you a ways away from the speakerphone?
Yeah, is that any better?
A little bit, if you could get a little closer, it might be helpful.
Okay.
That seems to be a little bit better. Jennifer, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Pardon me?
I have.
Okay, and what are your responsibilities with Continental Resources?
I handle surface land and all the right-of-way for pad locations and pipelines.
And when you testified previously, were your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jennifer, I'm going to direct your attention first to what's been marked as Exhibit E3. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
I do.
And you said one of your areas of responsibility is to negotiate surface agreements with landowners, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what attempts Continental Resources has made to acquire a surface use agreement in this proposed 2560?
We have talked to the landowners in the southwest quarter of Section 34, as well as the northwest quarter of Section 3. At this time, we have not been able to come to an agreement with either of the landowners. If we aren't able to come to an agreement, we'll likely have to build 2 pads and drill off of each pad to the north and to the south.
And
that will, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I was just going to say that will increase the surface impact to the area.
It'll also increase the cost, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, many times you could have a 1,280 acre spacing unit and still have one pad, and then you could drill, for example, if the well were in the southwest quarter, or excuse me, if the pad were in the southwest, you could use that pad to drill the wells in 27 and 34, and also use that pad to drill wells in 3 and 10. I'm sure you've seen that situation, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. But when you have that sort of situation, are there potential issues with a landowner in the southwest allowing a well pad in that tract to drill in sections 3 and 10?
Yes, that landowner would have to allow us to drill the out-of-unit wells, and they'd have to allow us to have that subsurface easement.
Okay. And is that something that you've had some discussions with the landowners in this area, both in the southwest of 34 and the northwest of 3?
We have been discussing in-unit and out-of-unit well locations, yes.
Okay. And at this point in time, you have not been able to reach an agreement with either the surface owner in the southwest of 34 or the northwest of 3, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And of course, if this is a 2,560 acre spacing unit, you would be able to use your lease rights to drill the wells to the north and the south on one location, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit E6.
Okay.
Is that a topographic map of the other proposed 2560?
Yes, that's an aerial overview, yes.
Okay, and can you describe for us some of the challenges you have in drilling on 1280s in this area?
So if you'll notice that section 23 is completely underwater, section 14 is partially underwater, and there are 2 pivots. One of the pivots goes into section 11, and we would like to stay out of those pivots just to respect the farmers in the area.
Okay, and on a proposed 2560, you'd be able to locate locate the wells north of the pivot irrigation system in the southeast of 11. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and yet you'd be able to drill the wells to the north and to the south. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. That's all the questions I have for Ms. Hill at this time.
Any questions from staff?
Jennifer, on Exhibit E3, you said you've had discussions with both landowners. So they're different in 34 and 3?
Yes.
And why haven't you been able to reach an agreement?
We just haven't come to terms with each other on an agreement, on a finalized agreement.
So it's just the compensation that you can't agree on?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Elliott,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury, testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kate, state your full name for the record, please.
Kate Elliott,
And Kate, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Northern Region Resource Development Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kate, let's go to Exhibit E1. Can you tell me what Exhibit E1 is?
Yes, E1 is a directional plot for the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 27 and 34 of 155 North, 97 West, and sections 3 and 10 of 154 North, 97 West. The future wells are shown as dashed green lines, while the existing wells are shown with solid lines. And only the future wells shown here will be part of the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit. All the previous development has been under 1280-acre units. As you can see, the wells are balanced between the north and the south, and the next exhibit will show the additional development that is planned that will not be included in this proposed 2560.
Okay, let's go to E2.
E2 is another directional plot for this proposed 2560-acre spacing unit with the additional well added in sections 27 and 34 that, as I indicated previously, would not be included in the proposed 2560.
And I know Jennifer spent a bit of time discussing Exhibit E3. Is there anything you would like to add with respect to E3?
Nothing specifically.
Okay. Well, we can come back to that, or there may be some questions from the commission staff. Let's go to Exhibit E4. Can you tell me what E4 is?
E4 is a directional plot for the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 11, 14, and 23 of 154 North, 97 West. The future wells are shown as dashed green lines, while the existing wells are shown with solid lines. Only the future wells shown here will be part of this 2560-acre spacing unit, as all previous development has been under separate 1280-acre units. And again, as you can see, the wells are balanced between the north and the south.
Okay, and Exhibit E5?
Exhibit E5 is the same directional plot with the addition of that eastern well in sections 11 and 2 that will not be part of the proposed 2560, but will be developed at the same time as the other wells.
And then Exhibit E6, that was another exhibit that was discussed by Jennifer. Do you have anything to add on that exhibit?
I do not.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit E7. Tell me what Exhibit E7 is.
Exhibit E7 is a schematic of our typical 2-mile Middle Bakken well for the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug-and-perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
And Exhibit E8?
Exhibit E8 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 2-mile Middle Bakken well. Starting with the reserve basis section, we're expecting an oil IP of about 1,800 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 450,000 barrels of oil, a gas EUR of 3,007,000 cubic feet, million cubic feet, and a BOE EUR of 951,000 BOE. That makes the EUR-GUR about 6,500. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $8.1 million, a 60-3 oil gas price deck, and the reserves mentioned above, we're expecting a total NPV of $3 million per well, a rate of return of 75% per well, and an undiscounted payout of 2 years. Also shown are the reservoir parameters broken out for the Middle Bakken, as Dustin previously spoke to.
Now, there will be some cost savings, will there not, as a result of drilling these wells on 2560s rather than 1280s?
Yeah.
And let's go to the next exhibit, and perhaps you could spend a little time discussing cost savings, using less surface, and also increasing ultimate recovery. Tell us what Exhibit E9 is and how it does that.
Exhibit E9 outlines the development plan for each of the 2 proposed 2560-acre spacing units. Also outlined are the cost savings, surface impact reduction, and additional productive lateral that will be realized through this development plan. In sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, 5 total wells will be drilled from a single multi-well pad. All 5 of these wells will be spud and batch drilled in succession, and all 5 of the wells will then be hydraulically stimulated in succession. In sections 27 and 34 and 3 and 10, 4 total wells will be drilled from a single multi-well pad. All 4 of these wells will again be spud and batch drilled in succession, and all 4 of the wells will then be hydraulically stimulated in succession. Moving on to the cost savings section, the cost savings that will be realized with that previously outlined development plan are about $600,000 in savings on the site preparation costs, $1.96 million in well construction costs from fewer rig moves and more efficient operations, and $3.6 million in post-well construction costs, such as facilities construction, gathering system connections, and other operational efficiencies. Executing this development plan with a single multi-well pad in each of the proposed 2560-acre spacing units will result in 8 acres less surface disturbed, and in the cases of the the sections 2, 11, 14, and 23 will also allow us to keep our surface locations outside of any existing irrigation pivots in the area. Moving on to the additional productive lateral sections. Development of the 2560 acre spacing units will allow for additional lateral length to be drilled and completed that would not be possible under 1280 acre spacing unit development. This additional productive lateral would result in an additional 129,000 barrels of oil equivalent of additional reserves that would otherwise be stranded.
And Kate, so based on this particular exhibit, you're going to have cost savings, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're going to decrease surface impact, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're going to increase reserves, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the issues that the commission is very much concerned about large spacing units like a 2560 stand-up spacing unit is uniformity of the reservoir. Have you had an opportunity to look at the wells that have been drilled in the existing 1280s so that you can give us your opinion with respect to the uniformity of the production from the wells so far?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you discuss that for us? What have you found with respect to the wells on the 1280s that you're now proposing to convert to 2560s? Is the production relatively uniform, or is the north producing considerably more than the south? Just provide just a little bit of a discussion on that for us.
Okay, starting with the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in sections 27, 34, 3, and 10. There is one existing well in the northern spacing unit and 5 existing wells in the southern spacing unit. So in the total cumulative production between the first wells drilled in each of those units, there is a discrepancy in the cum to date number. But I did take a closer look at the early time performance when each of those wells was the only well drilled in each of those units. And they seem to have very similar oil IPs, nearly 900 barrels of oil per day. And when I remove downtime, we see that the southern well of interest produced approximately 31,000 barrels of oil in the first 6 months, and the well of interest in the northern unit comparatively produced 26,000 barrels of oil in the first 6 months. So I see that as relatively similar. And after those 6 months, the southern well was shut in while those other 4 wells were drilled and then brought online. And at that time, there was a change in the production profile of the parent well, possibly indicating, I don't know, preferential production from the newer wells, a sharing of resource, possibly formation damage. It's tough to say, but it's really not uncommon to see well performance changes when a single parent well is offset by 2 child wells on either side. So I do think that if we're able to normalize for all those conditions, we see very similar performance in those 2 units. If we move on to the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, we see more similarity in the number of wells drilled in each of those northern and southern units, and also very similar production between each of those well pairs when we look at similar formations between those northern and southern units.
So to summarize your testimony, Kate, what you have determined that with respect to existing production, there really is no significant difference between the production on the north side of the proposed 2560 versus the south half of the 2560. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And what do you anticipate will happen if more wells are drilled on those in the proposed 2560, wells to the north and wells to the south? Are you going to see that difference get greater, or are you going to see that difference become less?
Yes, I think we'll see similar production from the wells in the north as in the south of each of those units.
Kate, based on your study and review and the testimony and exhibits that you've discussed here today, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste?
Yes.
And will the requested relief protect correlative rights?
Yes.
And will it result in not drilling unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any other questions for this witness. I'd offer the exhibits, but I believe I need to recall the geologic witness for just a question or two.
Okay, the exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kate, when you were doing your comparison of the northern and southern units for each of these stand-up 2560s, did you make any charts of the wells that you did compare that you would be able to provide as a supplement?
Yes, I did look at those in visualizations rather than just tabular numerical format.
Would you be able to provide those visualizations of the comparisons that you made to help us make a decision?
Yes, I could do that.
Thank you.
Kate, in your evaluation at all, I'm specifically just looking at E1 as an example here. When you're looking at that productivity, you indicated you looked at the productivity of the wells in the early life, right? And that was similar?
Yes.
Did you look at, I'm looking at E1 right now, and you've got first bench Three Forks wells now in that southern 1280. Did you look at long-term what the effect of those Three Forks wells would have on the Middle Bakken production? I guess before you even answer that, also on E2, you indicated another Middle Bakken to be put on the 1280, but no additional Three Forks wells. So I guess just confirming you have no intent to put additional Three Forks wells on the existing 1280?
That is correct.
Okay, so then back to my other question, my apologies. Did you look at what the effect of those existing Three Forks wells would have on the Middle Bakken production? And how that would weigh out long-term?
After that initial performance change that I noticed in the Middle Bakken parent in the southern unit, I didn't see any noticeable long-term effects that were long-term changes to that after that initial production change. So I guess the answer is yes, it did affect the long-term production of the Middle Bakken parent, but that was noticeable at child put online.
Have you looked at whether you're seeing any actual production interference between the existing Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells in sections 3 and 10?
Such as monitoring with downhole pressure gauges,
Or when,
like a true interference test?
right, or when one of them's been brought down, do you see upticks on the opposing wells? I mean, I'm just looking if you've evaluated whether you've got independent production between the Middle Bakken and Three Forks on that spacing unit, or whether you see some communication in their production.
We have not done a true interference test on these wells. We've just taken on ownership of, or operatorship of these wells this year, and that we have not completed a test like that. When I look at downtime, I don't see a noticeable sharing of reserves. That's very noticeable, but I might not have great examples of that within the data set.
Okay, well, you may not have something. I'm going to ask if you can do a cursory look at the potential communication between the Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells on that section, and include that in your supplemental that Steve asked for as far as visualizations of your assessment between those wells?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Kate, Kate, on Exhibit E9, on your cost savings, you have site preparation. Can you elaborate on that? I mean, is that total? Is that per 2560? What is that?
Yes, that's total for both 2560s.
So 300,000 estimated for each one?
Yes.
In your well construction, what are those costs?
That's going to be the drilling and completions operation portion, the true well construction. So we have a lot of operational efficiencies from having the multi-well pad with all of those either 4 or 5 wells located on a single pad. So we eliminate excessive rig moves, excessive stim fleet moves, and can just have other synergies that allow for less time spent on those operations,
So that's,
aside from just the moving time.
so that's comparing one pad versus two in each 2560.
Correct.
Now, is that a cumulative total also? Is that half of that for each 2560?
That is correct.
So if you drilled the two stand-up 1280s, so to speak, those construction costs would not be near as great, is that right? If you drilled them from a single pad?
Oh, if we were able to, then you are correct. If we were able to drill all the wells from a single multi-well pad, whether they were in 1280 acre spacing units or 2560 acre spacing units, the pad construction cost would not change. However, I think the issue at hand is, would we be able to do that?
Understood. So then the post-well construction, what are those costs? Is that facilities?
Yes, that would be facilities construction costs, gathering system connection costs, and again, some operational efficiencies from being on a single pad.
So that was my next, so again, that's one pad versus two.
Correct.
And the surface disturbance reduction, so that's 4 acres, so each pad is roughly 4 acres in size, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then your additional reserves, so can you expand on that a little bit? So is that like 300 feet per well, or per 2560 acre space unit times 2, so 600 feet for one 2560, is that what we're looking at?
I have estimated an additional 170 feet per well would be a productive lateral for each well. There is a chance that we could, of course, get closer to that 300 number you mentioned, but I would say conservatively we feel like we will incrementally gain 170 feet per well of productive lateral.
And that's assuming you back drill your 2560 wells to cover that and complete that area.
Yes, except in the case of section 2, 11, 14, and 23, that gives us the unique opportunity to not have the large backfills if we were to have this 2560 approved and therefore increase the life of the well through fewer failures and less expensive failures in late life artificial lift.
Okay. And then, so what are you assigning barrels per foot?
I've referenced E8, the 951 MBOE for a 10,000 foot lateral.
So you're gonna make me do the math?
So 95.1 MBOE per foot. Sorry, 0.0951 MBOE per foot.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, how long do you need to keep the record open?
Can I call my other witness?
Oh, I'm sorry, I probably
Yeah.
forgot. Yep.
No, that's fine.
Go ahead.
So Dustin, are you there?
I am, yes.
Yeah, just one question. In your opinion, are the geologic conditions such that you have uniform thickness, porosity, permeability, and absence of faults or structural anomalies in these two proposed 2560s?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Offer the exhibits and October 7th.
The exhibits are received, the record will remain open in this case till October 7th. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31149. Case number 30714, on the motion of the commission to consider the proper spacing for the development of the Bar Butte, Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, redefine the limits of the field and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. This case has been continued to the October hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 30714. Case number 31154, application of Sustainable Projects Group, Inc. for an order pursuant to NDAC 43020351 et sec, authorizing the construction of a trading plant to be located in the southeast quarter of Section 21, Township 149 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been continued to the October hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31154, and that concludes our hearings for the day.